Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku's Heritage Unlocked a Detective Conspiracy? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The Erasure hero sits at his workspace scouring through his emails. Emails about missions the Safety Commission wants him to undertake. Emails from his coworkers. And emails from pro-heroes wanting to undertake his students, which were in very few numbers considering all of the rules and regulations that are acquainted with first-year students. Given that the staff had only just allowed for the first years to apply for internships, a student from his class has already landed an internship today. Interrupting Aizawa's train of thought was the clatter of paper coming from the entrance of the staff room. He turned around briskly in his spinny office chair to see All Might staring defeatedly at the dead, processed trees that litter the staff room doorway. "Oh, Aizawa, sorry for disturbing you," exclaimed All Might, giving Aizawa a nervous smile. The underground hero let out a sigh and stood up to assist the retired pro-hero in collecting the papers that still lay on the ground. "All good, I needed a break from the computer anyway," Aizawa responded while picking up what appeared to be an old case file. One that dated back to 7 years ago when All Might received his grievous stomach injuries. With furrowed brows, Aizawa looked towards All Might. "You know it's irrational to mull over the past, right?" Aizawa questioned. All Might tenses up briefly before setting down a stack of the previously scattered case file on his desk. "I know, Aizawa, I know." All Might responded as he took the pages out of Aizawa's hands. "Then why look over this case file?" Aizawa said in retaliation, confusion intensifying immensely on the man's often stoic face. All Might's calm expression shifted to that of cautious and concentrated. "I've had this gut feeling for a while. In fact, ever since I visited the Midoriya home. Even though young Midoriya has said that his father works overseas, from what I could tell there wasn't a single photo of his dad anywhere. And the apparent tenderness in All for One's voice when he talked about Midoriya is just making this hunch more apparent." All Might answered, staring intently at a page. Aizawa couldn't believe what he was hearing. "If you are saying that Midoriya's dad is the #1 villain, then you got a lot more brain damage than what the doctors believe. Also, that doesn't answer my question," Aizawa retorted, eyeing All Might like a predator to prey. "I'm looking at this case file to see if there are any photos of All for One. It's the only way I can get any sort of closure." All Might responded, mumbling the last part. Aizawa rolled his eyes and made his way back to his desk where more emails have surely appeared on his desktop screen. With one click of the refresh button, a landslide of emails appeared on the man's screen, waiting to be read. The sleep-deprived man started scrolling through the email titles, sorting the digitalist messages from top priority to lowest priority. Top priority being the internships. Midoriya was the first of the students to gain an internship, meeting the pro-hero Sir Night Eye today due to Mirio's recommendation. Looking towards the screen, 5 more of his students' names appear on his desktop. Achiko Uraraka, Tsuyu Azui, Ijiro Kurishima, Fumikage Tokoyami and Denki Kaminari. Hadu and Amajiki were requesting for the first 3, probably so that the first years can go intern at the same agencies as the elder 2. Hawks was willing to take on Tokoyami under his wing again after Tokoyami completed his work study at his agency after the sports festival. And Kaminari. "What?" Aizawa quietly exclaimed, eyes widening. The agency that was requesting Kaminari was the armed detective agency stationed in Yokohama. Aizawa leant back in his chair contemplating why the armed detective agency was requesting to have Kaminari, and he was just trying to process the sheer thought of sending one of his first years to Yokohama. The armed detective agency is an official hero agency, however, they specialize in more investigative type work as opposed to evacuation, rescue, or suppression, earning them the respect of many heroes. There was also the fact that the vast majority of the detectives at the agency are often from unknown or questionable backgrounds with no official qualifications. On top of that, the armed detective agency wasn't exactly an agency that took on interns due to some entrance test they have. With one resigned breathe, Aizawa clicked on Kaminari's request email to try and find some clarity. 2. You're not a homeroom teacher of the first-year heroics department, Aizawa Shoyuta Eraserhead. Subject: Kaminari Denki Internships, Armed Detective Agency. I thank you for taking the time to read this message. I am the president of the Armed Detective Agency, Fukuzawa Yukichi. I have sent this email in regards to your academy's internship program that was recently approved to allow for first years to participate in these extracurricular activities. More specifically speaking, I am requesting to have Kaminari Denki come to Yokohama to intern under the Armed Detective Agency. This was a unanimous decision that the entirety of our staff agreed upon, with our two top detectives, Ranpo Idagawa and Dazai Osamu, expressing keen interest. If you allow us to take on Kaminari Denki as our intern and if he accepts our invitation, it would be in your best interest to relay the following information to him, which follows. Wear casual clothes as opposed to his hero costume. He'll stand out more than he'd probably like if he wears it. It would be somewhat unwise to bring any sort of hero equipment with him. If he persists with taking it, it should be placed in a bag to conceal its presence. I trust that as you relay this information to Kaminari, you will also explain the reasoning behind these restrictions due to the apparent discrepancy between Yokohama and heroes. I hope you accept our invitation to allow for Kaminari to work with us as part of his internship. The detectives and myself are looking forward to working with him. All the best, Fukuzawa Yukichi, president of the Armed Detective Agency. He finished reading the email. He didn't get any clarity as to why the Armed Detective Agency was looking for interns, just that the entire detective staff agreed on the notion, especially since the agency's two top detectives showed extreme interest. Aizawa's nose sat on top of his hands as he just stared at the email. There were a few things that just bothered him greatly about this predicament. The first being that there wasn't any major events happening in Yokohama that would result in the Armed Detective Agency requesting a hero trainee, and the second was the name Dazai Osamu. That name is one that has a level of recognition to it, and that recognition isn't the good kind. Just reading the name made Aizawa go on high alert. Stretching his neck, Aizawa leans back towards the computer to respond to the Armed Detective Agency. What appeared on the screen? A blank page with an email address. The Armed Detective Agency's email address. Coughing erupts from near him, directing his attention away from his computer. The culprit is All Might. All Might. How much does All Might actually know about the Armed Detective Agency as the previous number one? As much Aizawa disliked the idea of having to get a second pair of eyes on the situation, right now he really needed them. Especially a pair of eyes from someone of a high rank. Toshinori. He flatly called. Coughs declining, All Might looked up to see the brooding Aizawa. Staring at him intently. Is something the matter, Aizawa? All Might asked unnervingly under Aizawa's gaze. There was a brief flash of hesitation in the tired man, but he responded. Why would the Armed Detective Agency suddenly want an intern, especially of first year? Aizawa asked, hoping that he might reach some conclusion through this friendly interrogation. Well, it wouldn't be due to my retirement. That would probably be a minute factor, but nothing too impacting on that city. And for the first year, well, consider the fact that the second and third years almost all have an internship at an agency. Why do you ask? All Might answered. Aizawa went more deadpan than what is humanly possible with the older man's question. Given the look on Aizawa's face, what the tired man was ultimately asking All Might finally clicked in his head. Well, considering you're suggesting that the Armed Detective Agency has sent a proposal, then I personally would accept the invitation given their reputation. They have the highest amount of cases solved and tackle cases that are too bizarre or too difficult for the government or those in the top 10 to solve. All Might hurriedly said, putting his hands up. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in concentration. So what you're saying is that it would be a very unique learning experience since investigation isn't exactly taught at hero academies? Aizawa finally said after a period of complete and utter uncomfortable silence. All Might responded with a firm nod and returned to his conspiracy theory research while Aizawa stood up to exit the staff room to deliver the news of the 5 students' potential internships. The retired hero might not have answered Aizawa's initial question properly, but he did give Aizawa faith in the Armed Detective Agency's ability to stop crime without any formal training of sorts. Unfortunately, There was one question that was continuously nagging him, and it was to do with the student that the armed detective agency requested to intern. Why Kaminari? His grades don't exactly suggest that he is suited for the work of a detective. Kaminari had only just zoned back into reality when Ida returned the gratitude back to Midoriya while stating that the latter is an example to the rest of the class. A lazy smile fell on the blonde's face as he walked over to Midoriya. Ding, is there anything that Midoriya can't do? Kaminari mused in his head before thinking, wait, he can't summarize. That's something that Freckles couldn't do well. I dunno, the rest of us are supposed to compete though. Kaminari said as he approached the lounging area with Satu, Kirishima and Shiro. Yeah. You'll be working at Sir Nitai's agency. That's seriously amazing. Shiro chipped in. And in all seriousness, Shiro is right. It is amazing, and strangely fitting considering how big of an All Might fan Midoriya is. And I hear that Togata recommended you. Kirishima added. Pretty impressive. Satu chimed in. Yeah. I guess, Midoriya replied meekly before turning away. Kaminari looked towards Midoriya. It may have been his imagination, but Kaminari could swear on his mother's grave that something about Midoriya's encounter with Night Eye had greatly unsettled the broccoli-haired teen. Whilst trying to figure out what may have unnerved his friend, MMS of despair diverted his attention. Sitting adjacent to Midoriya was Uraraka, Sue and Kirishima, all of whom were moping about how they aren't able to intern with the agencies they did work placement with. Kaminari couldn't help but sympathize with them. He did work placement at Rocklock's agency and he was told to come back to his agency when he got a better handle on his quirk. And admittedly, Kaminari believes that he hasn't improved that much above extending his wattage limit and gaining a directional shooter. He's still a liability. The teachers sure ain't making it easier for us, are they? Shiro mused flatly. Thanks to all these requirements, a ton of agencies are ruled out right off the bat. Kaminari responded, his tone matching Shiro's. We can't really blame them, unlike the work placements, we'll be directly involved, Ojiro piped in, providing as the voice of rationality, so if anything were to go wrong then the pros have to take responsibility for whatever happens. Aizawa interrupted, making Kaminari's heart almost burst out of his chest. He thankfully recovered very quickly and greeted his homeroom teacher. Oh hey Mr. Aizawa. Only pros who are the real deal will take on rookies like you guys, knowing the risks involved, Aizawa continued on. Tokoyami, looks like you've got an offer from one of them. Hawks has invited you to work with him in Kyushu. No way! Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief, both Satu and Shiro hopping on the bandwagon with Kaminari. Well? Aizawa asked Tokoyami, just ignoring Kaminari and the others for the time being. Tokoyami turned to Aizawa to give his answer. I respectfully accept. Alright then, I'll make sure you get the relevant paperwork later. Just let me know when you're expected in Kyushu. I can sign off on your absences. Aizawa replied. Kaminari watched this all in awe. Awe that Hawks sent out an invite and in awe of Tokoyami's humbleness. It didn't surprise Kaminari that Tokoyami was chosen by Hawks, like together they create almost a full bird. Aizawa then directed his attention to Kaminari and the other students near him. Kirishima. Apparently Amajiki from the Big Three wants to talk to you about something. The gang looked at their fong-mouthed friend who himself looked quite stunned at the request. He wants me? Kirishima asked, pointing to himself. Uraraka and Azui, you've got your own Big Three summons from Hadu. You can track them down sometime tomorrow or whatever. Aizawa added as he turned away to walk out of the dorms to only turn back around to meet Kaminari's gaze. Almost forgot, Kaminari, you've got an invite. Yes. Kaminari exclaimed loudly, pumping his fists into the air. But I need to talk to you in private about this particular hero agency. If you could follow me to the counselor's office. Aizawa finished, turning back to walk back to the school building. Not only did Kaminari feel the stare of everyone in the common area, his legs felt like they were being restricted by 200 kilograms weights. What kind of agency had requested him? And why would Mr. Aizawa want to talk to him about it in private? A reassuring grip fell on his shoulder, Shiro's. Kaminari smiled a bit as he forced himself out of his slightly minor crisis and power walked to catch up to his teacher. As the two headed to the counselor's office, millions of anxious thoughts and questions were racing through his head. They stopped at the staff room briefly as Aizawa needed to grab his laptop. As Kaminari stood outside in the hallway, he couldn't help but feel the haunted vibe the empty building was emitting. What calmed the blonde down slightly was Aizawa exiting the staff room and walking to the counselor's office. This was a room that Midoriya seemed to frequent a lot with all might. Kaminari met the stern sight that was his homeroom teacher as he turned to open the door. However, a question nagged him. "Mr. Aizawa, why aren't we going in the staff room for this?" In response, Aizawa started to scratch the back of his neck in slight irritation. "Sirbi, Shunest, I would rather not subject you to All Might's conspiracy theories." Kaminari nodded his head slowly, finally opening the door into the room. It's quaint, with two couches facing each other, and a small coffee in the middle. He walked in and sat on one of the couches while Aizawa closed the door after him and sat on the adjacent lounge. "First things first, what do you know about Yokohama?" A question that made Kaminari's blood run cold. That place brought back memories that were anything but pleasant. Memories that are 6 years old to be exact. It's known as the Devil's City. Unless specifically invited by the Department of Internal Affairs, heroes and hero hopefuls can't enter the city. Kaminari nervously rambled, the stunned expression of his often expressionless teacher not going unnoticed. After another minute or two, Kaminari fell uncomfortably silent as he struggled to say the last thing he knew about the city. Yokohama was the site for the Dragon's Head conflict. It lasted for 88 days and only Kamino comes close to it in terms of casualties. It came out as a strangled whisper, but it was intelligible enough for Aizawa to translate. Looking at Aizawa's face of stupor, Kaminari's heartbeat sped up so fast that cars in the Bathurst 1000 would be jealous of. Did Kaminari's knowledge of the city stun him that much? To Kaminari, his answer was just common knowledge, for him at least. His father would go there for 2 weeks every month because of his work, and then when Kaminari was 10 his dad moved him and his mother to Yokohama because he began to stay there due to the conflict and wanted to ensure his family's safety. To this day Kaminari cannot understand his dad's logic behind this. Kaminari was 10 when the Dragon's Head conflict came into full swing and his mother was recovering from a late-term intern. So logically, to Kaminari at least, you would not place two very vulnerable people in a position where they could be shot down. "I'm going to assume Dash." "You know what they say about Dash," Kaminari interrupted, attempting to make a joke to lighten the atmosphere. It didn't work. He received a frustrated stare from Aizawa. He laughed nervously as he made a motion to let Aizawa continue. "As I was saying, I'm going to assume that you lived there for a while to know that much information." Aizawa inquired. As a hand fell to the back of his neck, Kaminari chuckled nervously while nodding a yes. "Is that a bad thing?" "No. Actually, it's good you know so much already and that you've lived there, so I feel a bit more comfortable in telling you that an agency from Yokohama has sent an invite for you to intern." Aizawa answered, trying and failing at sounding as reassuring as possible to ease the tension in the room. It took Kaminari a few seconds for the information to register in his brain. "What? I thought there were no agencies in Yokohama." Kaminari exclaimed at an incredibly loud volume as he jumped out of his seat. Worry just plastered all over his face. "It's true that there are no hero agencies in Yokohama, but there is the Armed Detective Agency," Aizawa explained calmly. Kaminari unclenched his fists and sat back down with a bouncing leg. The Armed Detective Agency is a hero agency under a technicality. However, what makes them different is the fact that they're detectives and that they, like Endeavor's agency, focus on suppression, evacuation, and rescue, but unlike Endeavor's they also do a lot of investigative work. Aizawa continued explaining the relevant information to Kaminari at a level that the blonde could understand. And despite their incredibly impressive track record for cases solved, none of them have any sort of formal hero training nor hero licenses. It appears you've been misinformed, Eraserhead. The president of the ADA has formal hero training. He went to Shiketsu and graduated as a bodyguard for some time. A small and distinctively recognizable voice intercepted, making both Kaminari and Aizawa jolt in surprise. Both men looked towards the doorway to see the principal standing there quite amused. "Oh, hello, Principal Nizu." Kaminari greeted shakily. "That's me. The one that could be a mouse or a dog or a bear. Though the only important thing is, I'm the principal." Nizu exclaimed as if he had just met Kaminari for the first time. "Well, this was their first formal meeting. All Might told me that you two would be in this room. I heard the news about your invitation and I was curious about how someone as panic-y as yourself was going to answer." Nizu said, that last part being a direct insult to Kaminari's ego. "Hey, it's not my fault I panicked during the practical. You were a total maniac." Kaminari exclaimed irritably as Nizu sat down next to Aizawa. "Principal, Kaminari's response can't be the only reason you decided to join in on this meeting." Aizawa said, glaring at Kaminari to pipe down. "Ah yes, I thought I'd just let you know that the ADA president will be here to discuss confidential matters with me tomorrow and asked me to ring him once we got your answer. He's on hold as we speak." Nizu says matter-of-factly while shaking his phone in his paw. Kaminari looked rapidly between Nizu and Aizawa, crumbling under the pressure to make up his mind right here on the spot. "Can you give me a moment to think about this?" Kaminari requested as he placed his head in between his knees. "You can think." Nizu mused. Kaminari went to retort back but ultimately succumbed to laughing at Nizu's remark. Should he accept? This place was in Yokohama. And Yokohama is historically known for being incredibly hostile towards heroes and hero hopefuls. It's also the home of the port mafia. Would he be targeted? Would the agency be targeted? But, if he were to accept, that city was also like the base of his dad's work. And his mum actually grew up there. If he accepted, he could figure out what happened that day last year. He came to his conclusion. "I accept." Kaminari accepted firmly, a fierce determination and zeal glimmered in his eyes. Both Aizawa and Nizu were taken back by this new attitude. Aizawa sighed and looked at Nizu. Nizu pressed a button his phone, presumably to take the president off hold. "Sorry for the wait, Fukuzawa, we have answer. Denki Kaminari accepts your invitation. Tomorrow? I'm sure that can be arranged. It is short notice but I'm going to guess that standard internship paperwork don't apply to your agency. I'll see you tomorrow, have a good night." Nizu conversed with the president before hanging up. Nizu looks at Aizawa and Kaminari, waiting to catch what the interaction as a whole was about. The principal jumped out of his seat and went to exit the room. "Kaminari, when the president arrives tomorrow at 6 a.m., you'll be leaving with his SCRT. If you can pass the agency's entrance exam you'll continue your internship there," Nizu explained. Eraserhead, if he passes the entrance exam, his schedule is going to be quite chaotic, meaning that he may have to leave halfway through the day. You also know about the relevant information that still needs to be relayed to the boy. With that, he left the room. Aizawa was the next to stand up. "Come on, I'll walk you back to the dorms and I'll tell you 2 pieces of advice courtesy of the agency. How do you feel? Nerve-sighted? Do you know what this entrance test contains?" "No clue." "Great." Never in his life did Kaminari ever think that he would struggle with clothes selection. Not once. It just never crossed his mind. After Aizawa briefed the teen on the reasons as to why he could not wear his school uniform or his hero costume to Yokohama for the entrance test, Kaminari skipped having dinner and went to bed, much to Ida's chagrin and worry. It's not that he wasn't hungry, it's just that Yokohama and the thought of going back there after 6 years just brought on a really bad, greasy feeling that made him want to throw up. 5:30 a.m. So Kaminari, at this despicable hour in the morning, is stuck trying to decide between his white t-shirt with the Omega symbol and his dark blue button-up. The white t-shirt seems way too casual. But the dark blue button-up, however, appears much too formal. Kaminari's eyebrows furrowed in intense decision-making and concentration as he checked his phone. 5:40 a.m. Sirbi. He's running out of time. This Fukuzawa guy and his SRT are almost here. But why is doing something as simple as picking out a shirt so hard? It really shouldn't be this hard. Panic began to rise inside of Kaminari's chest. He really didn't feel like using his last resort. He really didn't want to do it. But he had to do it. He has no choice. Kaminari turned tail to exit his dorm room and to the elevator. There is one person in Class 1A who he trusts with fashion decisions. A friend who is most definitely going to be up at this ungodly hour of the morning. Katsuki Bakugu. The elevator trip was relatively short considering that all Kaminari had to do was go up one floor. When the elevator doors opened, Kaminari thankfully didn't even need to take one step outside of the elevator because the man of the hour was standing right before him, looking completely gobsmacked. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" Bakugu managed to choke out after a minute of complete and utter silence. Kaminari forgot about that, but it was an excellent leeway to avoid an awkward conversation and straight to the heart of his current issue. "About that? I need your help, man." With that statement, Kaminari grabbed Bakugu and descended down one floor back to Kaminari's room. Walking into his bedroom, Kaminari gestures to the two shirts that are close to short-circuiting him. Bakugu raised a judgmental eyebrow as he walked over to Kaminari's bed to get a decent view of the two selections that Kaminari was stressing over. Kaminari stood aside near his shoe rack, biting his thumb and checking his phone. 5:50 a.m. They're almost here. Fwack! Wear the button up and change your shoes. Your shoes are the main issue. Change them to joggers, you'll look less like a cowboy then. Bakugu advised. Kaminari quickly thanked his friend, peeled the shirt off his face and followed his instructions accordingly. Bakugu meanwhile turned around to face the wall as if Kaminari was taking off his breathes, which he wasn't doing. "So, the reason you're wearing casual clothes is because you're going to that internship offer, right?" Bakugu questioned. "Yep." "Then why aren't you wearing your uniform? Or your hero costume?" "Because the agency is in Yokohama." "What?" "Yeah. I'm, leaving with an E." "What time?" 6 a.m. "And what time is it now?" "It would be 5:50 I gotta go. I can't give them a bad impression of me." Kaminari screeched as he bolted out of his dorm room, leaving behind an understandably worried Bakugu standing awkwardly alone in his bedroom. Kaminari bounced up and down as he pressed the elevator's summoning button furiously. "But why does everything seem to go slower when you're in a rush?" When the elevator doors finally opened, he let out a shaky sigh of relief as he stepped inside the elevator and pressed the button to go down to the ground floor. He won't be late. He won't be late. He can't leave a bad impression. These guys are detectives in the only hero agency in Yokohama. They're bound to have busy schedules. Very busy schedules. Whilst inside the elevator, Kaminari tried to ground himself with a fidget cube his grandfather gave him. Now that he thinks about it, his grandfather actually works in Yokohama. Maybe he could visit him at work. Wherever that is. Kaminari, unfortunately, wasn't privy to that information. It was the same for his dad. Maybe he'll find out while he's there, if he passes this entrance exam, that is. "Good morning, Kaminari. I hope you slept well considering you didn't join us for dinner." Ida greeted. Kaminari jolted back inside the elevator out of surprise. Of course, Ida would be awake at this time. Kaminari chuckled nervously in response, exchanging his fidget cube for his phone. 16. Bang. 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 "They're here." Ida stood up from his seat at one of the tables and went to the entrance of the dorm to respond to the loud banging of the door. Kaminari trailed closely behind, hands in pockets. "Kaminari, are you okay?" Ida inquired. Kaminari let out a mighty yawn before responding. "Well, I'm doing okay considering I woke up at 4:30 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. Kaminari responded with a lazy grin plastering his face. It wasn't an outright lie, but Ida is the type of person you can mess around with and get away with it if you say the right thing. This statement proved to be very effective as Ida seemed to give Kaminari a nod of approval and powered on towards the door. "Mr. Aizawa and company. Good morning." Ida greeted their mentor and two rather imposing-looking men. Aizawa clearly had not caught sight of Kaminari and sort of offended him with the following statement. "Is Kaminari awake? I understand that he wakes up late." "I'm right here," Kaminari exclaimed as he popped out from behind Ida. "Kaminari, there are people still sleeping." Ida began to scold the shorter teen. only to be stopped by a simple gesture coming from their homeroom teacher. "It's all good, Ida. It's my fault for not noticing Kaminari, so his outburst is completely justified," Aizawa reasoned, quietening down the class president. During this exchange, which resulted in Ida politely excusing himself after realizing that the two men were connected to Kaminari's early awakening, Kaminari stared nervously at the two men. Right now he felt really small figuratively and literally, since he's the shortest one out of everyone present. One he coined as the president of the armed detective agency, Fukuzawa. His reasoning? He seemed older than the other man, and he wore a green yuka hiyori jacket, really just traditional clothes. On top of that, the older man seemed to have this imposing nature that just screamed boss. The younger man seemed a bit more approachable, maybe because he looks closer to his age. This younger man wore glasses and seemed to be muttering something about being 40 seconds behind schedule while jotting something down in a green notebook that said, "Ideal," on the cover. This man gave Kaminari an amusing thought that he was like a bizarre combination of Midoriya and Ida. "Kaminari, I'd like to introduce you to Yukichi Fukuzawa, president of the Armed Detective Agency, and Detective Doppo Kanikata." Aizawa introduced. Kaminari nervously extended his hand, to which both men returned it, handshakes being quite firm. After this exchange, Kaminari felt his nerve begin to rebuild itself. But he needs that nerve. He really needs it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaminari. I hope you will find the agency to be very welcoming. Kanikata here will take you to the agency. It might be wise to keep up with him since he isn't very fond of being more than 5 seconds behind schedule." The president spoke, remaining relatively expressionless. Kanikata, however, looked incredibly flustered at the president's last remark as he sharply closed his book. "Oh dear, can't ruin the schedule now, can we?" Kaminari joked while shrugging his shoulders in a joking manner. This resulted in 3 reactions. Aizawa sighed in annoyance while face-palming. Kanikata muttered something along the lines of, "Cheeky brat," and despite Fukuzawa's impassive expression, a flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes. "Ah, so he does have a sense of humor. I apologize for sounding rude, President. However, we must get going. It was nice to finally meet a competent pro-hero such as yourself, Eraserhead. Kid," Kanikata said as he stared at his watch as he began to walk away. Aizawa nodded in Kanikata's direction, clearly hinting at Kaminari to start following him. After saying quick farewells to his homeroom teacher and President Fukuzawa, Kaminari began jogging towards Kanikata. "Before I forget, Kaminari, don't do anything that Midoriya would do," Aizawa yelled from across the courtyard. Kaminari struggled to hold in his laughter while Kanikata, on the other hand, looked very confused as they walked out of the school to the train station. Despite the bustling city atmosphere, the silence between the two young men was really suffocating. Kaminari could actually hear the crumbling of his nerve clearly. When things couldn't get more suffocating between them, Kanikata's phone began to ring, probably a call to a case or something. "Dazai, what do you what? You know what, I don't want to know, bye," Kanikata said in a really annoyed tone of voice, and he hung up. Dazai. Kaminari recognizes that name. The feeling that hearing that name left a cold chill in his spine. He knows that name, but he can't remember from where. He truly can't remember. But the vibe surrounding that name is uncomfortably familiar to him. "You look hungry, kid. Have you eaten?" Kanikata asked, snapping Kaminari out of his thoughts. "But he hasn't eaten anything since he got back from the dorms yesterday." "Oops. But no, I haven't. Sorry," Kaminari answered, looking more interested in the pavement rather than the detective standing next to him. Kanikata, in response, let out an annoyed sigh, but this was an annoyed sigh of resignation. There also seemed to be a hint of guilt amongst his expression. "I know this sounds bad right after I asked you that. I would buy you something to eat, but my work partner decided to get generous with my money and treat some snot-nosed brat to 30 bowls of tea on rice." Kanikata continued on in a frustrated tone. "Really? Tea on rice isn't exactly the most expensive of meals, so 30 bowls wouldn't put too big of a dent in someone's budget if they meticulously calculated it like Kanikata here probably did." But Kaminari doesn't know how much Kanikata earns, and Kanikata seems pretty fussy when it comes to spending money. On top of that, he up and tries to commit suicide again. In an oil drum no less. And now he wants help evading his demise because it's too painful or something. Kanikita began to angrily ramble on. In this time, Kaminari had used the power of electronic banking to buy himself a plain muffin and a coffee from a street-side vendor they were walking past. Shouldn't you be more concerned? I mean, your work partner is literally attempting suicide and sounds like this isn't the first time either. Is the full translation of what Kaminari just said. Unfortunately, it was incomprehensible due to the presence of muffin in his mouth. Thankfully, Kanikita can somehow understand what people are saying when their mouths are full of food. I was at first, but now these suicide attempts are just a pain in my backside. At least this time he didn't throw himself in a river again. Kanikita responded as they approached the train station. This was the only train that was brave enough to go through Yokohama with so many passengers related to heroics in some way. Although very few will actually be stopping in Yokohama itself. Understandable. As they were stepping on to a mostly empty cart, Kanikita's phone began buzzing again. Was it that Dazai guy again? What? Understood. I'll find Dazai right away so we can go and solve the issue as soon as possible, thanks. The tone that Kanikita spoke in created a bad feeling from within Kaminari. Is something happening at their agency? Why would Kanikita prioritize getting his work partner over solving whatever's happening? Questions of this sort raced through Kaminari's head for the rest of the train trip. He would ask verbally, but Kanikita was a detective and one stationed in Yokohama no less. He should trust the elder's judgment. What snapped Kaminari out of his thoughts was the train screeching to a stop. Kanikita was the first to stand, swatting away non-existent dust. Come on, kid, an issue has occurred at the agency. We need to find Dazai and go there to sort out the issue. Kanikita ordered. Kaminari nodded his head as he started going into a light jog. He doesn't even know what this Dazai guy looks like. Should he be looking for someone covered in bandages? Yeah. If he attempts suicide as often as Kanikita implies, then obviously he's going to have a lot of bandages from injuries. Jogging through Yokohama? It's a shame people are so scared of this place. It's incredibly appealing. And bizarrely peaceful. No explosions. No screams of terror. It's like there is an all-time low on petty crime. The armed detective agency must be very efficient at their job. Oh right. This Dazai guy, he wouldn't happen to be covered in bandages, right? Kaminari asked between breaths. Have you met Dazai before? Kanikita responded. Score 1 for Denki. Nope. I just assumed that if attempted suicide is a regular thing with this guy, then logically speaking he would be covered in bandages. Kaminari responded with a confident smile. He might be cut out for this detective stuff after all. Kanikita gave the teen a small smile before his expression turned steely, almost like a hunting dog staring down his target. Kaminari followed his line of sight and saw two figures, a boy with white hair and probably Dazai doing some dramatic monologuing if the bandages and flamboyant arm gestures are anything to go off. It took a second to realize that Kanikita started marching over to the two, so he quickly pursued the elder. There you are. Kanikita yelled loudly, startling Kaminari and several other members of the public standing nearby. He then abruptly stopped and pointed angrily at probably Dazai, yelling more things. You bandage-wasting device. Kaminari stared worriedly at Kanikita. The dude's going to burst a blood vessel. Kaminari and Kanikita continued to walk towards the two men. Kanikita, who are you calling what? Probably Dazai said, looking very hurt. The white-haired boy and Kaminari exchanged a look of some mix of confusion/exasperation. Is this guy seriously a detective? And the probably work partner of Kanikita no less. Was he assigned as Kanikita's work partner because of seemingly free-spirited he is? That would probably tone down Kanikita's somewhat stern nature? Why are you taking a leisurely stroll when we have an emergency on our hands? Come here quickly. Kanikita continued to yell at probably Dazai. So now Kanikita was going to take the issue at the agency urgently? Come on? Really? So, Kanikita's pretty loud, huh? The white-haired boy said from right next to Kaminari. The boy didn't look much older than Kaminari, and he let off a vibe that was similar to Damaki's, but a bit louder. He wasn't this loud on the train down here, Kaminari responded. So you're Oh right, I'm at Sushi Nakajima. Atsushi greeted, extending his hand. Kaminari returned the shake but didn't get a chance to introduce himself. Hello. You must be Kaminari. I haven't seen you since you were this tall. Probably, Dazai said, cutting into Kaminari and Atsushi's budding conversation as he gestured to a small height. Kaminari buffered. How the F does he know who I am? And in such a tone of familiarity. Kaminari thought. The man before him is definitely a Yokohama native and has appeared to have been acquainted with Kaminari in the past. If this man is Dazai, then the chilling feeling surrounding this man has just increased tenfold. Thankfully, Kanikita stepped in to commandeer the situation. I thought you said that you didn't meet Dazai? Kanikita asked, furrowing his eyebrows at Kaminari. Yeah, because I haven't. That's besides the point. You said that there is an issue at the agency. Kaminari irritably responded while also changing the topic. He doesn't like being coined from a liar. And this bandage man is now confirmed to be Dazai. Oh right. We need to get to the agency right now since we're short-handed. Kanikita responded as he dropped Dazai to the ground. Kaminari looked moderately annoyed. Why? Dazai asked as he began to stand back up. Yeah, that was the only thing that was stopping Kaminari from yelling at Kanikita. He doesn't know what's happening. A bomber has taken a hostage and barricaded himself in the office. Kanikita answered. Then wouldn't we have prioritized going to the agency instead of finding these two? No offense, Atsushi. Kaminari exclaimed incredibly loudly, looking very annoyed at Kanikita. None taken. Atsushi said. What about me? Dazai then asked in a tone of fake hurt. Kaminari gave Dazai a wary glance. Up for debate, was all Kaminari said to Dazai before redirecting his attention back at Kanikita, who looked kind of startled at Kaminari's sudden outburst. Look, nowhere in my schedule do I have written down that some brat student from UA is going to lecture me about my job. We found these two. Now we need to go. Kanikita retorted as he swiveled around and started to run in the presumed direction of the armed detective agency. Followed closely behind by Dazai, leaving the two boys standing in the middle of the street awkwardly. I guess we should follow them. Atsushi said, looking at Kaminari. Kaminari nodded in return and the two began to run behind the two detectives. Nothing really eventful happened on the run to the agency. Unless you count Kaminari and Dazai essentially arguing about whether or not Kaminari knows him or not, to which Kaminari is certain that he has never met Dazai before, or at least he thinks so. This arguing continued until Kanikita promptly told the two of them to shut up as they approached the agency headquarters because they would alert the bomber or something. Aside from arguing with Dazai, Kaminari got an odd gut feeling about this whole thing. It felt oddly staged if Kanikita's delayed reaction to an actual crazed bomber was anything to go off. Kaminari understood the notion of getting backup, but after an hour of running around a city trying to find said backup, the line needs to be drawn and you need to go solve the issue before it escalates. At least that's what Mr. Aizawa or 13 would say. Okay, from here on we need to be a lot quieter, so no bickering or chit-chatting. Kanikita instructed as he started to navigate up the stairs of the building to where the presumed detective agency offices are. To where the bomber is. Navigating the building, the place is kind of peaceful in a sense that it reminds of the dorms. As they entered towards the doors of the presumed office, Kanikita turned to the others and signaled to be even quieter and stealthier as he opened the door. Thankfully, there were a lot of office employees who were mostly blocking the entrance, so it made their entrance very subtle. The four then rounded to one of the indoor hedges that were in the building for some reason to shield themselves from the bomber. Through the hedges, Kaminari caught sight of the presumed bomber and the hostage. Both of them looked to be close to his age, probably closer to Atsushi's age. The bomber, the boy with orange hair and a red hoodie wrapped around his waist, appeared to be trembling with anger, while the girl, who was wearing a school uniform and a GG, looked understandably terrifying. The bloodlust coming off this dude was terrifying. No more, the boy said in a terrifyingly low whisper. Kaminari felt his breath hitch for a moment. He started doubting his earlier theory of this whole situation was a setup. Either it isn't or this guy's acting is just that good. It's all your fault. It's all the armed detective agency's fault. The boy began yelling as he waved the detonator in one hand and tightening his grip on the hostage with the other. "Where's the president? Get him out here. Or else," he continued. "This is bad. The president was at UA with Principal Nedzu. Who knows how long he'll be? Like it's been about 4 hours since Kaminari left UA for here. I'll blow everyone away with this bomb." The boy then seemingly screeched. Kaminari and Atsushi glanced at each other, equally terrified at this kid. "Oh shoot, he has a grudge," Kanikita said in a low voice as he took out his notebook. Kaminari stared at Kanikita. Why did he draw out his notebook? Was he going to bullet point the situation away? Does the notebook relate to his quirk somehow? Where does it even come from? Does he have Midoriya's bizarre ability to make a notebook appear out of thin air? Why is the book here? The criminal has a grudge against the company. He says that if he doesn't meet the president, he'll bomb the place. Kanikita explained. Kaminari crawled up to where Dazai was and peered around the hedge to where Dazai was looking to where the supposed bomb was. "Well, we do get grudges from various people," Dazai muttered. Both he and Kaminari started to inspect the bomb at a distance a bit more. Kaminari looked at Dazai for any sort of information. "Kaminari, what can you tell me about that bomb?" Dazai inquired. Kaminari gave him a deadpan look. "Seriously? They have a full-on situation that pros need to handle and Dazai is asking him." Kaminari stuttered, the pressure of the situation weighing down on him like Aizawa's capture weapon during training camp. Deep breathes Kaminari. Deep breathes. What has Bakugo said about these types of bombs? He surely said something. They're high-level explosives, they'd blow up the room at the very least. Dazai explained when Kaminari took too long thinking. At the very least? Kaminari strangled out in a panicked whisper. "Yes, you'd need to cover the bomb to dampen the explosion." Dazai then continued. "He's implying with a human body, isn't he?" Kaminari continued to look between the bomber and the bomb until a light bulb moment sparked in his head. "Dazai, since the bomb has a remote detonator, is it possible to jam the signal?" Kaminari asked. He could douse his body in electricity and throw himself on the bomb so that it could throw off the signal, however. "That could be a possibility. Are you thinking of using your quirk?" Dazai responded. Kaminari nodded, trying to maintain his cool. This is a situation where losing his cool could result in countless people injured. "Yeah, I was thinking of dousing my body in electricity and then covering the bomb, but Kaminari started to explain, trailing off at the end. There was a flaw in his plan. Actually, 2 big ones. But we need to separate the remote from the bomber. And there's still a chance that your electricity could escalate the situation even more so." Dazai finished, completely understanding where Kaminari was coming from. Kaminari looked back at Atsushi, who was just about to break down. Poor dude. He's like the only person here that isn't even remotely trained in these situations, like even Kaminari has some level of training. "What do we do?" Atsushi rushed out quietly, looking back and forth between Kaminari, Dazai, and Kanikita. "How about we let him see the president?" Dazai lightly joked. Kaminari saw through the statement, but Kanikita took it at face value. He'd kill him for sure. Besides, the president is on a business trip, he's at UA specifically. Kanikita responded back. The 2 elder men looked back towards the situation, and during this, Atsushi had scrambled near Kaminari for some sort of moral support. Kaminari felt himself ease slightly, knowing that there was also another person, close to his age, was as undertrained as he was. More so technically. "We have to do something about the hostage," Dazai said after a moment of silence. Kaminari had forgotten about the hostage. Talk about misplaced priorities. He would have been lectured about this if he was at school. A sudden shift in the 2 detectives' movements promptly startled Kaminari out of his thoughts. They both shared an intense stare at one another. Were they going to use their quirks? Are they seriously playing scissors, paper, rock? And why does Kanikita look disgruntled that he lost? Once again Atsushi and Kaminari exchanged looks. Is it too late to go back to UA? Dazai gestured towards the bomber, to which Kanikita started to storm in that direction, still visibly annoyed that Dazai won the game of scissors, paper, rock. However, the bomber was clearly too busy encased in his own thoughts to take notice of Kanikita, giving the detective a moment to collect himself. Hey, calm down, kid. Kanikida asked calmly, clearly snapping the boy out of his thoughts. He looked furiously towards Kanikida. Kaminari from the hedge ducked his head slightly as though bright yellow hair would not stand out against dark green hedges. Don't come near me. I'll blow you up. The boy yelled. Wow, this kid has nerve to yell at Kanikida. In saying that, Kaminari did screech at Kanikida earlier, so he shouldn't judge. Kaminari looked back at the scared office staff. They should be evacuated from the building, to minimize damages. I know you. You're Kanikida. You have one of those detestable quirks, right? If you do anything weird, it's the end for all of you, the boy essentially snarled. So he was quirkless? That should have eased Kaminari to some degree, but the presence of the explosives is what's prevented the easing. On top of that, the dude's definitely done some research. He may not be an employee, but Kaminari is a student of UA in 1A and one of the sports festival finalists. This guy is bound to know who he is. This is bad. When someone has a grudge against the agency, they try to learn the names and faces of the employees. So if I were to go out there, things might get worse. And it might escalate even more so if he catches sight of Kaminari and he's recognizable. Hero hopefuls are signs of bad omens for themselves and those involved here in the city. So how do we tackle this? Dazai said to himself. Atsushi gave out a nervous noise similar to a hiss while Kaminari remained stuck on one thing that Dazai said. Hero hopefuls are considered a bad omen here? Dazai, after a bit of pondering, looked at the two teens and gave them a big, cheeky grin. Kaminari and Atsushi paled, looking at each other. Why do they have a bad feeling about this? Dazai quickly explained his plan to the two. Atsushi would provide as a distraction, acting as a dropout while Kaminari tries to act on his plan he came up with earlier. This would get the hostage away from the bomber and will give Kaminari time to get to the bomb and douse himself and the bomb with electricity, making him impervious to attack and hopefully jamming the remote signal. Have some confidence, you two. This much of a dispute is just breakfast for people at the armed detective agency. He smiled. Kaminari wanted to weakly say that he has trouble eating breakfast, but the smile Dazai was giving the two promptly shut him up. After giving Atsushi a few props to make him appear as a paperboy, it was showtime. Stop this at once. Atsushi stuttered out, using a newspaper as a makeshift megaphone. Kaminari got into position to dash to the nearest desk for cover while Kanikida took refuge behind one of the other desks, looking at Atsushi exasperatedly. Your parents must be crying right now. Atsushi then said. Dazai tapped on Kaminari's shoulder signal that he should dash to the desk now as the boy began yelling at Atsushi. What the hell is wrong with you? Atsushi jumped back in fear, dropping his makeshift megaphone. From here on it was a matter of crawling through the desk spaces to the bomb and Atsushi hopefully keeping the bomber's attention on him. I'm just a normal citizen who came after hearing noises here. I think it's great to live a good life. Atsushi continued, another makeshift megaphone in hand. I don't know who you are, but don't say that. It's better if everyone dies. The boy returned. Kaminari, as he crawled between desks, almost blew his cover, stifling a laugh. That last part shouldn't be as funny as he thought. Maybe sleep deprivation was finally catching up to him. Yeah, that's why he found it funny. He definitely doesn't have a morbid sense of humor. Nope. Why, I'm an orphan with no family or friends, and recently I was kicked out of the orphanage. Was the start of Atsushi's long ramble about himself. He sounds like Todoroki, but with more emotions. Did he just say he turns into a white tiger? He's the white tiger? Kaminari almost stopped in his tracks to stare at Atsushi, but the bomb was right there. But the hostage wasn't far enough away from the bomb for him to activate his quirk. Sirbi, hurry up. Looking back at Atsushi once again, Kaminari felt a moderate amount of fear shoot through him because Atsushi looks terrifying right now. From the corner of his eye, Kaminari saw Dazai give off a hand signal that Kanikida was familiar with, and the man stood up, making his goddamn notebook appear out of nowhere again. So the notebook has something to do with his quirk. That makes sense. Doppo poet. Doppo poet? Was that some sort of incantation? Wire gun. Kanikita ripped a page out of his notebook and it transformed into a proper, full-functioning wire gun and shot it into the direction of the bomber, knocking the remote out of the bomber's hands. Kaminari grabbed the remote. "Kanikita, arrest him!" Dazai exclaimed. Kaminari looked at him quizzically for a moment. Wasn't Kaminari supposed to hold on to the bomb while he was covered in electricity? Never mind that. Kaminari launched himself in the direction of the remote and grabbed it, activated his quirk in the process. That should jam the signal. Kaminari stood up from his spot and looked at Atsushi, who was sharing the same look of relief as he was. They did it. Kaminari's heart stopped. He didn't even press the button. Did his stupid quirk force activate the bomb? Why did he screw up? He did what he was told and the instructions were simple. What did he do wrong? Bomb. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. It was a spur of the moment decision, but it happened anyway. He started racing towards the bomb to cover it, so did Atsushi. They both launched themselves at the bomb and dogpiled each other. W- was all Dazai could get out as his eyes widened at the sight. 2 teenaged boys, sacrificing themselves to make sure civilian casualties are kept on the down low. You idiots! Dazai then exclaimed. At this point, both boys had realized what they were actually doing and came to their sense. Bomb, 4 seconds. Bomb, 3 seconds. Bomb, 2 seconds. Bomb, 1 second. Bomb, minute. What's going on? Why hasn't the bomb gone off? Atsushi and Kaminari looked at each other yet again and looked up at the 2 detectives plus the uncuffed bomber staring them confused. It's completely justified. He and Atsushi just risked their lives by throwing themselves on a bomb. My goodness. I knew you 2 were idiots, but that's taking it to another level. Kanikita said curtly while clenching his jaw slightly. A small smile appeared on Dazai's face as he let out a little giggle. They have the talent for being suicidal maniacs. He let out. Oh ho, that is a low blow right there, Dazai. That is a low blow. Kaminari huffed out as he stood up, followed up by Atsushi, who was very confused. Atsushi, as of right now, was unable to process what was going on. Things became even more confusing when the hostage raced past the 2 boys and straight for the bomber. Big bro. Are you all right? She squealed out as she tackle-hugged him. Big brother? What? That hurts, Naomi. It'll break. It'll break. The bomber exclaimed. It already did. After that, the bomber screamed. Kaminari leaned on Atsushi to try and recover from the mental exertion that was happening to him. Any more surprises and he might short-circuit. What is happening? Kaminari whispered. Poor Atsushi said, still very confused. Kids. Kanikita said, snapping the 2 out of their stupor. They looked at Kanikita, who stood there fixing his glasses. If you 2 want to curse someone, curse Dazai. Otherwise, curse yourselves for being wrongfully chosen by the staff. Kanikita added on. Kaminari and Atsushi then turned to Dazai for more answers to this whole mess. It's just as he says, you 2, in other words, this was a sort of entrance exam. Dazai said, answering their unspoken question. What? Entrance exam? Wait, was this what Principal Nedzu was referring to last night? Exactly. A stern voice that was all too familiar to Kaminari said. Everyone in the room turned to one of the many doors in the office to see President Fukuzawa standing there. He must have finished up with whatever he needed to talk about the Nedzu. It may have been Ranpo's suggestion to take on a UA student, but it was Dazai over here that told me that we have 2 capable youngsters, so I had both of your spirits tested. Fukuzawa explained. I recommended you 2, but at Sushi, you were still designated as a danger to the city, and so we had to decide who would look after you. And so this is what the company decided to do. As for you, Kaminari, we contacted Nedzu before sending out a formal invitation, and when he recommended that we didn't select you due to your grades, we decided to. It makes sense really, considering it's this agency that has taken on the case surrounding your parents' unfortunate circumstances. Dazai then went on to explain. Both Atsushi and Kaminari looked at him shocked. Kaminari also felt a stabbing pain in his chest at the mention of both his grades and hearing that the ADA took on his parents' case. What's your verdict, President? Kanikita asked, making himself known once again. Both boys looked towards the president anxiously. They'll be under Dazai's care. Fukuzawa answered before walking to his office presumably. But what? Why Dazai's care? Wouldn't it make sense for him to be under Kanikita's care? He came here with Kanikita. Or is he only thinking that because Kanikita was the first detective he's met from this agency presumably? Congrats you too. You passed. Dazai gleefully said as he approached the two teens. Ooh. Take that Nedzu. I passed. Kaminari snickered to himself. He did it. He passed. Atsushi turned to Kaminari to ask him a question, but was intercepted by Dazai unfortunately. Eso Kami dash. Welcome to the Armed Detective Agency. Kaminari and Atsushi looked at Dazai nervously. He's just so bizarrely unnerving. What did Kaminari just agree to? Kaminari felt sorry for Atsushi. Kaminari at least had forewarning that he was going to have an entrance exam, but he didn't know what it was going to contain. Atsushi had nothing. No warning. None. Hey man, you good? Kaminari asked, smiling in an attempt to comfort his new friend. Atsushi looked at him and shook his head as his gaze connected to Naomi. Was it? You this far, just to test me? Atsushi strangled out. Okay, so Atsushi clearly wasn't that good right now. Kaminari placed his hand on the other's shoulder as a means to ease his discomfort, trying to ignore the violent flinch Atsushi's body reacted with the sudden touch. If it makes you feel better, I knew that there was an entrance exam, but other than that I was kept in the dark as much as you were. Kaminari said. Atsushi seemed to ease a little bit at his statement. If this much surprises you already, you won't last long. Dazai said in a voice that was way too cheery for what he just said. How cruel. Kaminari felt Atsushi's body tremble at that remark as he backed up against the wall in a fit of panic. No. This reckless and dangerous workplace isn't for me. Atsushi said in a panic, shaking Kaminari's hand from his shoulder. Kaminari stood there awkwardly. From what he recalled from that little ramble during the entrance exam, Atsushi has literally nothing to his name. And he's been handed a job right off the bat. Like, Atsushi's meek and understandably frightened Kaminari won't deny that, but the dude needs a job. Kaminari looked to Dazai to see how he reacted to Atsushi's outburst, and he got a bad feeling building in the pit of his stomach. Really? If you say so, we won't force you. But then we'll have you pay for the room you're living in now. Dazai explained. Now that was just cruel, effective, but cruel. But if it makes Atsushi stay, then Kaminari will be pleased. He really likes the dude, he really does. There's also food and phone expenses you have to pay though. Will you be okay? He then added on. Kaminari looked at Atsushi. Oh no. He looked like he was about to cry. Kaminari, now with more confidence and cheer, threw an arm around Atsushi's shoulder. If he could befriend Bakugo, he can sure as hell befriend Atsushi, no matter what. Look on the bright side, Atsushi. You have me. Kaminari said cheerfully. Atsushi looked at Kaminari nervously. He isn't that bad, is he? He is a student of UA. Who wouldn't like him? Hero hopefuls are bad omens in this city. Shut up, brain. But stupid, inconsiderate brain. 10 minutes later in the cafe downstairs. I'm sorry. The bomber, whose name is Tanizaki, apologized very loudly. He sat across from Atsushi and Kaminari, who were exchanging looks of confusion, with his sister Naomi. This guy is surprisingly nice. Like really nice. It's all good, man. Kaminari chuckled as he drank his coffee with 5 sugars. What are you going to do? Sue him? Good luck. I know it was a test, it was still pretty horrible of me. Tanizaki then continued to skulk. This guy, it's hard to believe that the boy sitting across from him was the same person who caused shivers to go down his spine just 15 minutes ago. Atsushi starts to chuckle himself and puts his hands up. No, it's fine. What are you apologizing for? That was also part of the job, Tanizaki. Kanikita said curtly from the bench off to Kaminari's left, drawing the 2 new recruits' attention away from Tanizaki. Kanikita, you're being too rude. Dazai chastised, changing his position to look like an intense squatting position with 2 fingers placed at the bridge of his nose. Dappo poetry. He then said in a super serious tone that made Kaminari almost spit out his 5 sugar coffee. Kanikita clenched his teeth and turned furiously to his work partner to chastise him. That's not it. I was told to do that, he yelled before turning away huffing. Kaminari quietened down and set his coffee down on the table. A somewhat cheeky smile found his way to his face as he looked at Kanikita. You know, you're a horrible actor, Kanikita, he said almost slyly. Just about everyone aside from Dazai was trying to hold in their laughter, whereas Kanikita sputtered and looked at Kaminari furiously, looking mightily offended. Well, Kaminari wasn't wrong. Kanikita was the main reason as to why he thought that the whole bomber situation was a setup, and he was right. I say that because if it weren't for your horrible acting skills, then I probably would not have become suspicious about how the bomber thing could have been a setup. Kaminari explained, picking up his coffee to take another sip from as everyone looked at him surprised. Dazai appeared to have a glint of amusement lining his eyes. Why are they surprised? Is it because they, aside from Atsushi, have some degree of knowledge as to what his grades are? That's just cold. He got into the hardest course in the country at the top hero school even though he barely scraped a pass on his entrance exam theory. Give him some credit. In all seriousness, it's how you handled hearing about the bomber while we were on the train. If I prioritized finding my classmates as opposed to taking care of the problem, Mr. Aizawa, 13 and like 5 of my classmates would tell me off for not handling the situation properly. Kaminari then continued rubbing the back of his neck. It's true, he'd have his butt handed to him if he did that during a training exercise. Kanikita, now looking slightly flustered, leaned towards Dazai, muttering something about him meeting Ranpo, whoever that was. Hopefully he's friendly. After Kanikita and Dazai finished up their little discussion, Kanikita readjusted his already perfectly adjusted glasses and turned to the two newcomers. From today on, you are a part of the detective agency. So don't go copying those who trash the agency's reputation or cause any trouble around the city. Especially you, Kaminari, you actually need to be extra careful given the history of heroes and hero hopefuls in this city. You have more of a target on your head than Atsushi here, watch yourself. Kanikita said. Both Atsushi and Kaminari nodded their heads in unison. Kaminari couldn't help but agree, he needs to be careful while he's here. Really careful. The most carefulest person that has ever careful in the history of carefuling. Dazai, Kaminari noticed, was not paying attention to a single word to what Kanikita just said and was looking starstruck at the maid. She pretty. She very pretty. Though nothing prepared Kaminari for what Dazai said next. If I asked that appealing waitress over there, because I want to die, please strangle my neck, I wonder what she would say, he said in a way too gleeful tone. She would probably call a therapist or the psychiatric ward. Kaminari exclaimed. This therapy. From what he's heard about Dazai's suicidal mania at least. So why you two are actually siblings? Atsushi asked Tanizaki and Naomi, redirecting Kaminari's attention away from Dazai, who was still fawning over the waitress. Naomi gave the two an odd look as she started sliding her hands up Tanizaki's shirt. Of course. Isn't it a fact that blood-related siblings are siblings? This figure right here looks really similar to me. Right, big brother? She then said. Tanizaki rightfully looked uncomfortable. As pretty as Naomi is, she scares Kaminari more so than any villain he's come across. Atsushi and Kaminari looked towards Kanikita for some help, and he just shook his head that gave off the message of just roll with it. Kaminari saw Atsushi's eyes light up for a brief moment as he thought of a conversation changer. Oh yeah, what did you guys do before joining the agency? He asked. The chatter stopped at the table and the senior four looked at Atsushi and Kaminari. Did he ask something wrong? Dazai let out a light chuckle as he leaned against his hand. Why don't you two work together to guess? He said. Huh. Kaminari and Atsushi said at the same time. A guessing game? Oh, this is a detective agency. Guessing games would be a good exercise. It's part of procedure. The newcomers guess their seniors' former jobs. He then explained. The two boys looked at the siblings sitting across from them. Tanizaki and Naomi are students. Atsushi deduced. Naomi and Tanizaki looked at him surprised. They're the most obvious to point out. Impressive. How'd you figure it out? Naomi is wearing a uniform and Tanizaki looks to be around my age, so still school age. Atsushi explained. I'm going to guess that Naomi is in her second year in high school at the youngest. Kaminari then jumped in, slightly annoyed about being pushed to the side. Naomi and Tanizaki blinked in surprise at him. Well, Atsushi already figured out that you two were students and that Tanizaki was around Atsushi's age, and you keep referring to Tanizaki as big brother, yet you look older than me. It makes sense. Kaminari explained, his words just rushing out of his mouth. He felt tiny right now. This was a mildly unpleasant feeling. Someone save him. Wow, you're both pretty good. Tanizaki complimented. He was right? Naomi is in her second year? Now what about Kanikida? Dazai inquired. Kaminari saw Kanikida's grip tighten around his cup when this was said. Does Kanikida have some sort of complex over his prior job? Government official? Atsushi asked. Secretary to some hero agency. Kaminari said confidently. Two wildly different but fitting answers. Kanikida turned to Kaminari with an almost demonic glare. How was he offended by that? How is working in a hero agency insulting? Kaminari needed answers. Nope. He was a maths teacher at his old school. Dazai corrected. Why, does that seem fitting? Kaminari can actually see that. He can actually see that. Honestly, as cool as ectoplasm is, Kaminari would probably find Kanikida to be easier to listen to, and then he probably wouldn't be failing maths so much. Dazai then pointed to himself. What about me? Dazai asked. Kaminari and Atsushi pondered about this for a while, drawing up blanks. But Dazai is really hard to get a read on. Midoriya could take some lessons from him since he, like Kanikida, is at lying and hiding things. Kanikida let out a sharp TSK. It's no use. His previous job is one of the 7 wonders of this agency. So no one has guessed. Has that Ranpo dude from his earlier conversation got it? Wasn't there a prize for the first person to get it? Tanizaki asked, his chin resting atop his sleeved hands. Yep, and since no one has guessed it, the prize has been piling up. Dazai said ever so casually as he stirred his drink. Kanikida pouted and turned the two boys. I guessed that he was a type of criminal, but he said that was wrong. But since even criminals are hardworking, that was impossible. How could Kanikida be certain that he wasn't a criminal? Dazai could easily be like a dude from the mafia. Mafia? Where did that come from? So, how much is the prize? Atsushi asked. Atsushi what are thinking? 700,000 yen. Dazai responded. Atsushi shot faster than Bakugu when he thought that the internships weren't going to go. This startled both Tanizaki and Kaminari immensely as they both watched Atsushi rattle off as many jobs as possible. He wants that money. Through this time Tanizaki's phone started to go off, so he had to answer it. What was Dazai's prior job? Something inside Kaminari screamed mafia. But given that he denied being a criminal when Kanikida guessed, he had his doubts. There's no way someone as odd as Dazai would be able to make it in the mafia. Mask or no mask. Impossible. As Kaminari sat there watching everyone, he felt an odd sense of peace amongst whatever this chaos was. He could get used to working in a place like this. Or at least, try and replicate the same atmosphere when he establishes his own agency. He would like that. He would like that very much. But he doubts he'd find people as whimsical as Dazai or as comically straightforward as Kanikida. Hard to find people like that. Very hard. Guys, we need to head back to the agency, we've got a request. Tanizaki cut in, abrupting interactions between Kanikida, Dazai and Atsushi along with cutting Kaminari out of his daydreaming. Everyone in the cafe stood out of their seats besides Mei-chan, who was smiling almost demonically at Dazai as she muttered something along the lines of pay your tab or get life insurance to pay that tab. Scary. The walk back up to the agency was very uneventful, aside from the 1A group chat just spamming it out. He'll check the messages later, he doesn't want to seem unprofessional. But then in saying that, the only person who has any semblance of professionalism is Tanizaki. Not Kanikida, no. Tanizaki. Kaminari would have considered Kanikita as well if it weren't for his horrid acting abilities. Approaching the entrance to the offices, Kaminari and Atsushi glanced at each other impishly. First request. Wonder what it's gonna be. Hopefully nothing too dangerous. Hopefully. When the group walked into the agency, they were greeted with the sight of a young woman who was boyishly appealing. She seems nice, but there was something off about her. They were unsettling. There's like no eye shine in them. Never mind that, what did she need? The group gathered around Tanizaki, who was holding a clipboard of her request. Let's see an investigation request, right? And Tanizaki began before Dazai swooped in to take the lovely lady's hand. Not wasting any time, huh? Appealing. As bold as a water lily and as sweet as a princess. Don't you agree, Kaminari? Dazai complimented and then questioned Kaminari. Kaminari felt heat rise in his cheeks after Dazai's question. Way to call him out. Wait, did Dazai just put something in that woman's pocket? There is something off about this woman if he's put something like a walkie-talkie thing in her pocket. Would like to commit a lover's suicide with me? Dazai then said, his attention returning back to the woman in front of them. Never misses an opportunity, huh? Kanikita also clearly did miss the opportunity to smack Dazai over the head with his book hard enough that Dazai is sent flying across the room. Isn't that book paperback? It doesn't look like an expensive hardcover notebook. The woman looked incredibly bewildered at all the chaos that had just occurred, along with a very apologetic Dazai who was now being dragged to the closest by the scruff of his collar. That just happened. Don't worry, miss, this happens a lot. Tanizaki says, putting up a hand. Why is Kaminari not surprised at remark? The young lady regained her composure after whatever that was and began to speak. I don't know much, but he's dressed in rags, walks in the shadows, and is always heard speaking in a foreign language. She explained. Kaminari began to rattle his brain for what this guy must be doing lurking about. Thankfully, Kanikita had answers. Isn't that what you'd call a smuggler? No matter how much the police force cracks down on them, they appear like roaches. Kanikita deduced. Kaminari nodded his head in agreement. That made sense. But wouldn't the port mafia have cracked down on them by now? Wait a moment. Why did he think that the port mafia would take down a bunch of foreign villains? They're villains themselves. Perks of living in a port city, am I right? Kaminari joked in an attempt to lighten the mood. It did a little bit. Atsushi laughed nervously at his joke and the young lady giggled. She has such a nice giggle. Reminded him of Uraraka's laugh actually. Very bubbly. That's true. If there's evidence, then I'll go to the police. That's why the lady said before being cut off by Kanikita, who finished her thoughts. Let the lovely lady speak. You want us to go find and gather evidence, right? Kanikita finished. If he's trying to pick up a date, he's being incredibly unsuccessful at his approach. Absolutely rubbish. Kanikita turned to Kaminari and Atsushi. Kids, you're going? He said, God, he sounds like a dad. He really sounds like a dad right now. Not Kaminari's dad though. Not his dad. No one could replace his dad. No one. Not a single person. Both Kaminari and Atsushi stared at Kanikita in surprise. You two will just be standing guard, plus smugglers are still outlaws, but usually the ones that run away are the ones that profit from smuggling. For your first job, this is perfect. Kanikita said, adding some logic to his statement. Kaminari took a nervous gulp. Something was off with that lady's story. Something. Atsushi wasn't doing much better as he attempted to protest. Kanikita must have anticipated this and turned to Tanizaki and his sister. Tanizaki, you go with them. If Big Brother is going, then so will Naomi. With that, everyone sort of went their separate ways to prepare for the job. Tanizaki and Naomi were muttering between themselves, and Atsushi was standing at one of the tables looking absolutely terrified. Honestly reminded him of Midoriya when they went to the USJ. Kaminari walked over to Atsushi and sat on the table near him. You all good, Atsushi? Kaminari asked quietly, attempting not to startle his new friend. Atsushi glanced up at him, fear plastering his eyes as he tried to smile to ease both Kaminari and himself. Atsushi returned to staring intently at the table as he spoke. You're from Class 1A, right? I guess you're probably used to all these scary things given what's happened to you and your class. Haha. Atsushi said weakly, his hands tremoring. Thinking back to training camp, to USJ, to the Dragon's Head conflict, to last year Kaminari's own hands began to tremble, remembering all of the fear he felt. Yeah, he's dealt with a lot of bullshit over the years. It never gets easier, Kaminari said in a tone that was a bit too serious for him. I've dealt with a lot more than most of my classmates, but I can tell you from experience it never gets easier. You just feel, the tone he spoke in, it was reminiscent of the tone his own father spoke in when he was urging for him and his mother to move to Yokohama despite the conflict going on. It was an unsettling tone to say the least. Realizing that his little mumble did not, in fact, ease Atsushi's worries, Kaminari traded his solemn expression for a happy one as he placed a hand on Atsushi's shoulder. Don't worry too much. We'll just do this job and come back here. Nothing will happen to us, I'm sure. You're probably just thinking too much about it. You'll do fine. Kaminari gleefully said. Atsushi gave him a baffled look at his sudden change in attitude. He giggled a little bit actually as well. You seem to be a bit like Dazai then, you put on a mask just as fast as he does. Atsushi said, smiling. Kaminari thinks he just heard something shatter. Alright, something did shatter. His ego. His ego shattered. Also, that's easy for you to say, you're training to become a hero, you're being trained to do this sort of thing. Atsushi then added on. Kaminari couldn't help but laugh at that particular statement. Yuri doesn't exactly teach this sort of thing. Hey, I'm just as much as a noob to this detective thing as you are, Sushi. They don't teach this sort of thing at U.A. Kaminari lightly laughed. Atsushi laughed meekly as he grew a bit flustered. Did you just call me Sushi? He asked. Kaminari gave him a quizzical look while sheepishly grinning. Yeah, we're friends now. Friends give each other nicknames. You don't like it? Kaminari responded cheerily, the biggest of smiles layering his face. His sunshininess seemingly blinding Atsushi as he shook his head indicating that he is, in fact, okay with being called Sushi. The two boys were so caught up in their conversation that they didn't notice Kanikida approaching them, thus causing the two to jump when he began talking. Hey kids, hate to walk in on your conversation but I have some advice that'll help you survive Yokohama. As Kanikida said this he pulled out a photograph from his notebook. If you see this man run in the opposite direction. The man in the photo looked sickly. He had the weirdest haircut with two of the longer bits being bleached white, clearly indicating to Kaminari that this guy is going through an intense emo phase, and if that wasn't enough he also wore a long black coat and one of those French frilly things, a caveat, Aoyama calls them if Kaminari recalls correctly. He probably isn't but oh well. So who is this dude? Kaminari asked, more looking towards an approaching Dazai than he was at Kanikida. Wasn't he tied up and locked into a closet a moment ago? Port Mafia. Dazai answered with a cheery grin. Port Mafia? The hero killers. His name is Akutagawa and he is a dog of one of the most brutal and influential mafia organizations in the country. Mafia and Yakuza are often left alone by the police, however, that makes them a lot more dangerous than your everyday thug or villain. Kanikida then added, but aren't Yakuza and Mafia the same thing? Kaminari nervously asked. There's literally no difference. Is there? Yes and no, Kaminari. Think of Yakuza and Mafia as synonyms. They are fundamentally the same thing, they're a criminal organization. However, where they differ is to do with their rules and their form of punishments. Dazai answered. That still doesn't make sense. What's the difference? Atsushi stammered out. Yakuza are kind of like evil samurai clans. They follow a code of conduct. Most of them uphold traditional ideals and the punishments are very similar across each Yakuza group. Mafia on the other hand all differentiate from one another. Mafia acts more like a very shady business and depending on your fuzz-up depends on how you're executed. Dazai then elaborated. All of a sudden his hand gestures got incredibly dramatic as he exclaimed his next statement. If you want I can compile some more information on the Port Mafia for the two of you so you aren't completely naive to the whole thing in this city. Kanikida glared at Dazai as he grabbed the latter's collar in frustration. Are you saying that you will willingly write information that could easily be given to them orally, over writing your DMN reports? Kanikita let out harshly as his collar grab started turning into shaking Dazai's head from his neck. Strange. Dazai looks like a balloon. There's a difference between doing something willingly and being forced to do something. You're more likely to do something if you're willing, Kanikita, and I'm not willing to do reports. Dazai managed to squeeze out. Kaminari and Atsushi chuckled at their shenanigans before Kanikita regained his composure. Why is he dangerous? Kaminari asked, raising an eyebrow. Kanikita's expression darkened momentarily. Does Kanikita have a personal history with Edgelord? He's one of the few quirk users in this city, and his quirk incredibly brutal. It specializes in slaughtering, and not even the military police can get him under control. And even I lost a fight to him. Kanikita explained. Kaminari felt his body go stiff. The more he thought about it, the more Kaminari realized that even pros in the top 10 could potentially have a hard time with taking this guy down. Kaminari and Atsushi glanced at each other one last time before turning their attention to Tanizaki, Naomi, and the lady, waiting to leave. Kaminari chuckled and tucked his hands in his pockets as he walked towards the others. Come on, Sushi. The door's this way. Walking behind the appealing lady alongside Atsushi, Tanizaki, and Naomi, Kaminari can't help but admire the peaceful atmosphere of Yokohama. There were no screams of terror or buildings blowing up. Kaminari had yet to see a petty crime villain run through the streets causing havoc. Everyone was just going about their normal day carefree. This city was much different than Tokyo or just about any other major metropolitan area in Japan, and this place was a major port city. So naturally speaking, Kaminari should be seeing more crime happening. Though the lack of crime could indicate that the port mafia handles criminal threats well. Not this silly thought again. There's no way the port mafia would take out petty villains. They're criminals themselves. Kaminari was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a light chuckle from Tanizaki, who turned to look at Atsushi, who was moping up the rear. Kaminari decided to slow down his walking pace to match that of his new friends. You were forced, huh? Tanizaki said with a soft smile while trying to balance himself as Naomi was hanging off his arm. Atsushi shot Tanizaki a panicked look as he clutched his bag even harder. This isn't funny, Atsushi exclaimed as they continued to keep walking. Kaminari once again placed a supportive hand on Atsushi's shoulder. Atsushi's expression goes from being panicked to pensive as he then further explains his apparent worry. Dangerous mafia. We're all gonna die. We've gotten ourselves into a dangerous situation. Kaminari gave Atsushi a look of amusement as he removed his hand from the elder boy's shoulder and into his pocket. It's not that Kaminari thought that Atsushi's justifiable worry was funny. In fact, Kaminari himself is terrified but was pushing it further and further down to try and not make Atsushi even more worked up. Tanizaki waved his sleeve-covered hand in a dismissive manner while smiling. Now, you'll both be fine since I'm here. Tanizaki then said. The worries of both Kaminari and Atsushi were washed away as curiosity replaced it. Does Tanizaki have a quirk? If so, what is it? So you're a quirk user? What's your quirk? Kaminari and Atsushi asked at the same time, before bursting into laughter upon realizing that they asked the exact same things. Tanizaki sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck as he turned back around. It's not particularly flashy and it isn't particularly useful in combat. He then added on before his attention was turned to his sister, who was fawning over whatever his quirk was. Kaminari chuckled at the sight no matter how odd their relationship was. Atsushi tapped on Kaminari's shoulder to get his attention. So, what's your quirk? Atsushi asked. The question shocked Kaminari momentarily considering he was in the finals of the sports festival. But then remembering that Atsushi was in an orphanage that probably didn't have connection to TV given his question. Oh, it's electrification. Basically, I can create electricity that covers my body along with being able to discharge it, although I can't control the electricity I discharge from my body very well, so I have to rely on a directional shooter. On top of that, I can neutralize electricity and somewhat manipulate electrical channels to be able to communicate with other people. Kaminari explained excitedly. That seems very useful. Compared to mine at least. Atsushi adds sheepishly. Kaminari gave Atsushi a look of full shock. Dude, Mine is more useful for defense as opposed to yours, which has more offensive capabilities. And you probably don't have a limit with the whole tiger thing. If I use too much electricity, then I go stupid for like an hour. Kaminari said accusingly while pointing at Sushi, who put his hands up in defense. How do you know about my quirk? Atsushi then asked, looking slightly scared. Oh, you were in the news a fair bit. And you mentioned that you can turn into a white tiger during the entrance exam. Kaminari answered. Atsushi visibly winced upon hearing the answer. Kaminari gave Atsushi a half grin before directing his attention to the pretty lady who had stopped in front of the back alley. Here, she then announced, which then drew Tanizaki and Naomi's attention away from each other. Upon just looking at the scene, Kaminari felt nervous, his instincts telling him to run and get Dazai or Kanikata, or even both. Especially after remembering when Dazai put something like a walkie-talkie in the lady's pocket. To top it off, the back alley led to a dead end. And if it were smugglers, as the lady and Kanikata deduced, Kaminari believed that they'd be a lot more cautious, so having a route that led to a dead end wasn't the best idea. Atsushi, Tanizaki, and Naomi walked past the lady to inspect further into the alley while Kaminari stood behind looking at her suspiciously. Miss, Kaminari began. He never caught her name. However, he noticed she started to fiddle with her bag, taking it off her shoulder. Higuchi, she responded as she set the bag on the ground. Miss Higuchi, if this is the alley you were talking about, then I personally have my doubts that smugglers would use a route that used a dead end. They're smugglers. This would be a trap if they were dash, Kaminari then began explaining, before tensing up at his realization. It's a trap. Of course I knew that. Higuchi then began as she tied her hair into a bun and added a pair of sunglasses as if she was trying to create a James Bond movie moment. This is a trap and you guys are my targets. Everyone aside from Higuchi stood in panic as she begins to call someone, probably Akutagawa, knowing his luck. Kaminari felt his quirk activate on his own and saw Higuchi's phone freak out before dying right as she began to say Akutagawa's name. After this, she pulled out 2 submachine guns and directed one at the rest of the squad and one at Kaminari, who had yet to deactivate his quirk. He'll be here in 5 minutes, and in the meantime, I'll gladly kill you guys here right now, she exclaimed as she pressed the trigger. Barely anyone had time to react to the gunfire. Kaminari closed his eyes, awaiting the oncoming pain. Nothing. Did she miss? Kaminari reopened his eyes to look around. He wished he hadn't. Tanizaki was on the ground. Kaminari had to swallow a scream. Naomi! Kaminari shouted. He felt his muscles tense. Tanizaki looked devastated. Kaminari, get Dr. Yasano. Run back to the agency. Tanizaki shouted. But his shouts fell on deaf ears. Kaminari was stuck in his place. What should he do? If he runs, that means Tanizaki and Atsushi get hurt as well. But if he doesn't, Naomi dies. Dad, what should I do? I don't know what to do. Help. Someone. Please. When did he get closer to Higuchi? Well, Kaminari was going to take advantage of this situation to try and take Higuchi out before running back to the agency. Kaminari didn't even have time to react to Higuchi's attack as he slammed on the ground, clutching his stomach. He hissed in pain. What did she hit him with? He was still within striking distance and his quirk isn't at its limit yet. He can still shock her. Kaminari looked up to see the barrel of the gun pointing directly at him. Was he going to die here? He tried to get himself back to his feet, but the gun inched closer to his head. Maybe he can be a distraction to let everyone else get away. New plan. Become the bait. Hero hopeful. You die here. Kaminari closed his eyes, waiting to hear the click and bang of the trigger. But it never came. Instead, he felt an ever-looming feel of dread and panic, but not from Higuchi. How dare a mere mafioso hurt Naomi? He hears Tanizaki say menacingly along with some shuffling. Kaminari once again opened his eyes to see that the gun had been lowered, and he followed Higuchi's line of sight to see what just distracted her from executing him. The line of sight was met with Tanizaki staring down Higuchi menacingly while holding the unconscious form of his sister. Light snow. Tanizaki then said. Kaminari's eyes widened. Is that the name of Tanizaki's quirk? Kaminari looked around and saw snow glowing green falling. He began to attempt to get to his feet, now that there was no longer the gun pointed at his head. Atsushi, Kaminari. Take cover inside. This beach is mine to kill, Tanizaki ordered, his voice quivering with rage and bloodlust. Higuchi began to shoot excessively at Tanizaki, who seemed to be fading away where all the bullets landed until he completely vanished from sight. Kaminari and Atsushi looked at each other, stunned at the sudden turn of events. As they, along with Higuchi, began to look around for Tanizaki, they all heard his voice that seemingly came from everywhere. My light snow is a quirk that can turn an environment that is covered by my snow into a smokescreen, he explained. Higuchi ped her gun in a random direction in panic and began to shoot at random, narrowly missing Kaminari and Atsushi. Either she hadn't hit Tanizaki, or Tanizaki became one with the snow. That latter Kaminari believes would be more likely, considering that Tanizaki vanished right in front of them. You'll still get shot, Higuchi then threatened. Kaminari saw hands reach out from the snow behind Higuchi. Hands that only belonged to Tanizaki. Kaminari watched in horror as he watched Tanizaki attempt to squeeze the life out of the female mafioso. And like that, Tanizaki grasp loosened and he fell to the ground. A long black thing had stabbed him through his chest. Kaminari saw the person controlling the black thing and his heart missed a beat. It's that Akutagawa dude. It's panic at the angst. Akutagawa coughed multiple times before he began his villain monologue. You fear death. You fear killing. Those who yearn for death are also yearned by it. He began as he strode towards Atsushi and Kaminari. As he walked, he coughed some more. Kaminari recalled the advice that Kunikida gave to him and Atsushi. But running didn't seem like an option. Neither of them knew the range and span of his quirk. It is a pleasure to meet the two of you. I am Akutagawa. He introduced himself before coughing even more. Kaminari was becoming less concerned by the fact that he skewered Tanizaki and more worried about his health. Has he gotten that cough checked out? It sounds bad. Like the young lady over there. I'm a lowly guard dog of the Port Mafia. He then added. Kaminari really couldn't decide what to make of the guy. On one hand, he wants to run away, this dude's presence is that terrifying. On the other, he wants to make a snarky remark, and on the invisible third hand, he wants to call a doctor for him. Once again, almost as if he was putting up as a defense unknowingly, Kaminari's quirk once again activated on its own. Constant vigilance. Akutagawa senpai. Don't talk so lowly of yourself. I can handle this dash, Higuchi exclaimed in a panic, before being cut off by a sharp slap from Akutagawa. Your orders were to catch the tiger alive. You imbecile. You could have shot him. Akutagawa snaps. Kaminari looked at Atsushi in fear. Was Atsushi the actual target? When is Dazai coming? He knew what was up. Surely he could put a stop to this madness. Kaminari's gaze flickered between Akutagawa, an apologetic Higuchi who was now nursing a bruising slap, and Atsushi who was looking at Akutagawa in annoyed confusion. Wa? Who are you people? Kaminari shouted as he stepped in front of Atsushi. Even if he's scared, he isn't going to let his friend get hurt. No matter what. Our target has always been the tiger. Soon you'll join your companions other there. The tiger is the cause of their hurt. He brings nothing but calamity upon those around him by simply living. Akutagawa spat. Kaminari heard Atsushi seemingly whimper from behind him. He took a deep breath before he started laughing. Jeez, you sure love talking. And you like spreading misinformation. But the ever-so fearsome Port Mafia must really lack people with brain cells. I thought that military police couldn't even control you because of your quirk. Yet you decided that instead of engaging in direct combat, you decided to stab Tanizaki with a cheap surprise attack. Kaminari said, anger surging through him. Akutagawa looked shocked at Kaminari, clearly not expecting this sudden turnaround of Kaminari's previously terrified behavior, while also looking like he's reliving something. Atsushi, however, stared at Kaminari in horror. Kaminari, what are you doing? He basically wheezed out. Come on, show me what you've got, oh fearsome mafioso. Oh, how I tremble at your feet. Kaminari said, this time with more bravado. Was he scared? Kaminari wants to whimper and cry, but right now, no one was going to save them. Akutagawa looked at Kaminari with cold, dead eyes as he activated his quirk. Rashomon. Kaminari stared in horrifying awe at how Akutagawa's coat seemingly became monster-like, almost getting shredded in the process if it weren't for Atsushi tackling him out of the way. Both he and Atsushi looked back at where Rashomon had struck and saw a massive corrosion on the concrete. No wonder the police were having a hard time with this guy. Rashomon is an omnivorous beast that will devour anything in its wake. Next will be your legs. Akutagawa said. This guy has a flair for the dramatics. Arun. A voice said from behind. Both he and Atsushi looked behind to see Tanizaki still conscious. Thank if dash. They're still breathing. But right now, running wasn't an option. He has to help Atsushi maintain the reputation of the agency. The two assumed a battle stance before Atsushi began charging towards Akutagawa. He tried to look at where Atsushi was charging specifically. That was when he saw one of Higuchi's guns lying on the ground. Dying for justice? How cliché. Akutagawa spat as he reactivated his quirk once again. Says the guy who monologues like a James Bond villain. Kaminari screeched as he positioned his arm as if he was wearing the directional shooter. If his quirk is causing him spontaneously activate his quirk as a defense mechanism and making him moving faster, then maybe he could be able to. Kaminari's line of thought was cut off by Atsushi's battle cry and the sound of gunfire. Did Atsushi kill him? If he did, why was he still? Oh no. He didn't even get a scratch. Rashomon devoured the gun blasts. Nice attack. But fruitless nonetheless. I already told you. Rashomon is omnivorous and will eat even that of gunfire. Nothing can get past it. And now to keep my end of my promise to you. I'll be taking your leg. Akutagawa monologued once again. This guy sure loves the sound of his own voice, huh? Kaminari looked at the body of Atsushi, who was now wailing at the loss of his right leg. Kaminari let out as he discharged his quirk in a straight line towards Akutagawa. It landed its mark and now Akutagawa was screaming in agony at the sudden attack on his frail body. However, soon the attack would be met in retaliation as moments later, despite Akutagawa still being electrocuted, he unleashed Rashomon onto Kaminari. Kaminari didn't even have time to think before the pain set in. Argurghaherfeya. Kaminari screamed, more so in terror than in pain. He looked towards where his right arm was previously but was met with an unerasable image of blood and bone. That a-hole. He has to do something to stop the bleeding. This is bad. He doesn't know how to stop the bleeding. Where was Atsushi's bag? There has to be something in there to stop the bleeding. Kaminari frantically looked around while clutching the remains of his right arm, desperately looking for something to stop the bleeding. Thankfully, Atsushi transformed into his tiger form, so at least Akutagawa and Higuchi's attention was away from him. Under normal circumstances, Kaminari would gawk at the sight of someone being able to transform into a tiger. However, these are not normal circumstances. Kaminari just lost his arm. He was dying as he thought. As he crawled around, he looked back at the fight and noticed how at this point Higuchi had picked up a gun and started to shoot at Atsushi, who seemingly was unaffected by the bullets. In a fit of blind panic, Kaminari shot out a stream of electricity which gave a satisfying oomph noise of Higuchi's back connecting to the alley wall. Atsushi in his tiger form began to charge at Higuchi, to which Akutagawa retaliated with sending Rashomon in two directions. One that sliced Atsushi clean in half and one in Kaminari's direction. Kaminari turned to shield his last surviving arm. But that never came. Rashomon missed and hit a clone of Kaminari. Tanizaki. Kaminari breathed with a weak smile. Despite his injury, he's still conscious and is still able to activate his quirk. Kaminari looked back to where Atsushi was duking it out with Akutagawa, both of whom were going in for the kill. That's when he saw blue. Okay, I think that's enough out of you lot. An all too familiar voice says cheerfully. Kaminari's breath managed to properly make its way back to his lungs and a cheery smile plasters the electrical being's face. It's Dazai. Dazai's here. Where you're from? The agency, why are you here? Higuchi exclaimed. Through half-lidded eyes, Kaminari saw Dazai shuffling around in his jacket and pulled out a walkie-talkie from the headphones he happened to be carrying. Higuchi then frantically looked in her own jacket and found the walkie-talkie that Dazai had planted on her. Kaminari saw the look of confusion that landed on Higuchi's face before it changed to that of realization as to how it got planted on her in the first place. "You saw through my plan. Right from the start," Higuchi said woefully. Kaminari kind of felt bad for her. "Don't give all the credit to me, my dear. Kaminari over here was able to detect that there was something off about you and even noticed me planting the bug," Dazai said, gesturing back to him. "Alas. If only he picked up on what I was trying to tell him, then all this unnecessary carnage could have been avoided. But my prodigy is still learning." With that, Dazai turned to the unconscious body of Atsushi and began to poke him. "Prodigy? What are you on about, Dazai? Come on in, Atsushi, I don't want to carry 4 bodies and an arm back to the agency," Dazai complained as he began to poke Atsushi in the cheek multiple times. Kaminari let out a weak he before slipping into unconsciousness. Sometime later, Kaminari woke up groggily to the sound of someone screaming and a chainsaw. That's right. He lost his arm and became unconscious from the blood loss. Kaminari looked at his right arm and saw that it was there again along with a faint scar from where the detached limb must have been reattached. Did the armed detective agency have someone with a healing quirk? Did Recovery Girl come? Or is it this Yasano person? Does the reattachment of his limb have something to do with the chainsaw and whoever it was screaming? Many thoughts ran through Kaminari's head as he reorients himself with his environment. He was clearly in an infirmary. Are Atsushi and the others okay? "Kaminari, you're awake," a voice said cheerfully. Kaminari's head snapped around to the direction of the voice and saw Atsushi. A rush of relief raced through Kaminari's body. "He's okay. Yeah. What happened? Are Tanizaki and Naomi okay?" Kaminari responded. Atsushi laughed meekly and pointed into the direction of the screams. "They're being treated. How's your arm?" Atsushi answered. Kaminari went to answer but noticed Atsushi's expression. It was like he was trying to distract himself from something. What was said to him? "It feels a little stiff, but I'll try and exercise it so that I can recover properly. But more importantly," Kaminari answered, his tone and gaze turning more serious, "Atsushi, are you trying to distract yourself from something?" He saw Atsushi tense up and his eyes turn downcast. "There's a 7 billion yen bounty on my head. And the mafia will be back. People are going to get hurt because of me," Atsushi said sadly. Kaminari stared at Atsushi in shock. Why is he so important? Kaminari so badly wanted that question answered, but right now he could see Atsushi spiraling into a void of self-loathing. He needed to comfort him. Kaminari swung his legs off the bed to face Atsushi and snapped his fingers several times to get the elder's attention. But don't let Robert Downer Jr.'s words get to you. He's the type of guy who only preys on people weaker than him. I saw his expressions in the fight. He was clearly excited and annoyed by the challenge. And don't do anything rash. Don't think that this whole calamity the ADA is about to enter is your fault. It is the job of law enforcement to protect their citizens and their colleagues. And given the ADA's impressive track record with cases solved, they can handle the mafia. You'll be fine, man," Kaminari said, his voice being uncharacteristically calm and serious. With that, Kaminari began to put on clothes that were presumably gifted to him by someone in the agency, considering his own got ripped and blood splattered. He picked up a black button-up shirt and put it on along with a tie with a lightning pattern on it and a pair of black skinny jeans. His shoes were still in good condition, so they were really the only thing of his that wasn't destroyed in the fight. Atsushi followed suit and put on his own clothes that managed to not get destroyed. As the two stood up to leave, they both heard a deafening sound from the distance. "What was that?" Kaminari exclaimed in confusion as he went running out of the infirmary to investigate with Atsushi. Alas, he was stopped by the resident bandage gremlin Dazai, who threw an arm over his shoulder, stopping Kaminari in his tracks, leaving Atsushi to his own devices. "I see that Mr. Hero Hopeful is awake. So how's your arm?" Dazai asked, a smile on his face. A smile that Kaminari noticed didn't quite reach his eyes, which showed a hint of worry in. Kaminari brushed his eyes off him and placed his hands in his pockets. It's fine. Kaminari huffed, wanting to be anywhere but in the presence of Dazai. He doesn't know why, but just being around Dazai leaves Kaminari feeling exposed and restless, something unpleasant stirring inside him. Let's have a chat. I'm sure you might want answers to a couple of things. Dazai said, leading Kaminari to a closed-off space of the office. There he sat on one of the lounges, eating some of the complimentary biscuits that had been placed there. Dazai sat across from him. As Kaminari nibbled on a chocolate biscuit, he began to brainstorm a list of questions he wanted answering. First of all, why his quirk was acting differently, what branch of the port mafia Akutagawa and Higuchi were from, what Dazai's quirk was, and why Dazai referred to Kaminari as his prodigy. Those were the questions that were bugging him the most, and he didn't trust Dazai to answer without that answer warranting more questions. Well, Kaminari began. I'll take this one question at a time. After Kaminari played the interrogation edition of Cat and Mouse with Dazai for the majority of the afternoon, he was soon carted back off to UA due to the mental exhaustion of dealing with Dazai's cryptic way of talking, with the added bonus of getting into a spontaneous fight with the mafia and almost dying. Kaminari once skipped out again on dinner and went back to his room. He lied to Aizawa about what really happened and passed out in bed. And here he was now, in third PRD maths, half paying attention to what ectoplasm was writing on the board and more zoning out, remembering the events of yesterday and this sickly feeling that hadn't left him since he came back from Yokohama. He was also trying to ignore the ever-constant throbbing from his right arm where it was reattached. That a-hole. Cough drops. McGee could have at least took Kaminari's left arm instead. He needs his right arm to write things. Not to mention that the sound of gunfire and screaming had been playing in his mind on repeat, giving Kaminari a devastating headache. Kaminari, can you answer this question? Ectoplasm asked. Kaminari jolted out of his thoughts and blushed from the embarrassment of being caught zoning out. He squinted to look at the question on the board and nothing was computing, very similar to his previous lessons. It was algebraic equations. Honestly, who thought it was a good idea to put letters and numbers together? Who was high enough to invent that? What madman decided to include it in the maths curriculum? Upon coming to the conclusion that he didn't know the answer, Kaminari coughed nervously. Sorry, I don't know the answer. Sheepishly, looking everywhere but in front where he would for sure meet the disappointed gaze of his mathematics teacher. Maybe he should get Kanikita to help him with his maths, especially considering that he was a maths teacher before he joined the agency. Or would he refuse because he clearly seemed to have some sort of complex over being a teacher in the past? As Kaminari leant back in his chair, he could feel several concerned stares from his classmates, but he paid no mind to it as he thought back to his conversation with Dazai. Or to be a bit more correct, his interrogation of Dazai, in which the only thing he answered directly was in relation to Kaminari's quirk acting way different than usual, and that Dazai very quickly put the whole protege thing under the rug. Yesterday, Kaminari continued to eat his way through the armed detective agency complimentary biscuits as Dazai began to recap everything that happened during the day. After finishing honestly Kaminari wasn't keeping out, but he almost finished all the biscuits. Dazai, during the fight and even before the fight even started, my quirk started acting weirdly. Kaminari began, finding an extreme interest in his left hand. When he looked up, Dazai's expression looked weird. Like he was both not surprised yet genuinely curious at the same time. It wasn't long before it shifted quickly to one of excitement. The dude practically looked as though he could be cast in the American movie Twilight. He was sparkling that much. Well, Kaminari began awkwardly. It spontaneously activated and no bullets hit me despite me standing at point-blank range. Then I suddenly sped up to try and stop Higuchi's attack, and then I managed to discharge a large amount of electricity without it going everywhere, and it hit Akutagawa as if it were a lightning strike. He then continued to explain. Dazai scratched his head to feign thinking, classic flaunting his own intelligence or playing dumb. Kaminari's been there. When I arrived at the scene, I noticed a whole bunch of clean bullets lying on the ground where I presume you may have stood. And you said that your body coated with electricity, so you were probably hit, but the electricity repelled them before they could really hurt you. Dazai began, waving a dismissive hand. Kaminari nodded. So he was going to explain why certain things happened instead of why his quirk began to act like it in general. Honestly, it's better than nothing, and this is the most direct he's been this entire conversation. Best not to interrupt him. On top of that, our body does what it does based on electrical signals. Dazai then continued. Kaminari hummed in acknowledgement while picking up the last biscuit. Makes sense. And that attack on Akutagawa. Sorry, Kami. Can't help you there. Do I look like I have all the answers? Dazai then added, half smiling as he finished. Kaminari groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes. Because you've been saying things and you apparently know things about me that even I don't remember. Kaminari exclaimed. The school bell ripped Kaminari out of his thoughts. And almost as if it was perfectly timed, Kaminari's phone started to ring. Looking at the number, Kaminari didn't recognize it, but the name that appeared above the number said, Kunikida, so he guesses that he should probably answer it. Kaminari, have you heard anything off at Sushi? He hasn't shown up to work. Kunikida practically screamed his way to loudspeaker as multiple of Kaminari's classmates stared at him bewildered at the loud screaming man on the other end of Kaminari's call. Kaminari nervously gave his classmates finger guns before running out of the classroom and out of the main building with his newfound quirk boost up. Sure, he was going to cop it off one of the teachers later, but this was important. Frantically looking around, Kaminari spotted a secluded area of the campus where a big tree stood. Perfect for having a conversation. He'd rather not have anyone over here. Hey Kunikida. Sorry for the late response, and no, I haven't heard anything off at Sushi. Sorry. Kaminari answered, faking a cheer in his voice. He heard Kunikida on the other end and abruptly hung up. What happened to Atsushi? Did the mafia get to him? Did he completely disregard everything that Kaminari said? He honestly doesn't know. He doesn't know why Atsushi acts the way he does beyond that he's an orphan. Was he mistreated at his orphanage? Anyways, Kaminari pushed these racing questions aside. If Kunikida's phone number was in here, logically speaking, so should Atsushi's. Opening his contacts, Atsushi's presumed phone number was the first to appear. With just a quick click, Kaminari could hear the dial of the phone. He might just need to thank whoever hacked their way into his phone. Hello? Atsushi asked. Kaminari let out a sigh of relief as he sat himself on the ground beneath the tree. Looking around, Kaminari spotted Bakugo walking towards him, looking concerned or annoyed. Or was it both? It was harder to discern emotions with Bakugo than with Dazai for some reason. Hey Atsushi. Kunikida called me, asking if I heard anything from you. Are you okay? What's going on? Kaminari said hurriedly. He heard Atsushi's weak laugh on the other end. I've decided that I will leave the armed detective agency. I don't want them or you to get hurt because of me. Especially if the Port Mafia's black lizards show up. Atsushi quickly said. Kaminari could hear the false bravado in Atsushi's voice and sighed. He can understand where his friend was coming from, especially after the events of yesterday and discovering that he has a bounty on his head for simply existing. But he just decided to reject the home he was given where he would have had access to food, shelter, and hygiene. Kaminari could especially understand why Atsushi was afraid of the black lizard. He doesn't know that much about them aside from what the news has said about them. They are an elite assassin group in the Port Mafia that has managed to take out pro-heroes in the upper ranks before. Before Kaminari could say anything in response, he heard a deafening bang from Atsushi's end, almost as if a large explosive went off. The agency! He heard Atsushi exclaim before hanging up suddenly. Kaminari stared at his phone in fear. The agency was being attacked. Was it the mafia attacking them? If that's the case, is it the Black Lizard specifically, or is it Akutagawa and Higuchi again? Many thoughts raced through his head as he tried to decide what he should do. Should he run all the way to Yokohama to help them? Does he call the police? What should he do? Is Atsushi going to be okay? Hilariously, while Kaminari's mind is racing, Bakugo was growing more and more annoyed at consistently poking Kaminari and being ignored, which gave the explosive teen the impression that Kaminari was pretty much out of touch with his immediate surroundings. Dunce face. Bakugo growled loud enough that Kaminari seemed to finally recognize Bakugo's presence. Kaminari looked at him with panic-stricken eyes as he set his phone down on the grass beneath him. A clearly faked smile found its way to Kaminari's face before he spoke. "Oh hey Kakin. What's up?" he asked as he rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. "Everyone's worried about you and they decided to send my butt out here to check to see if you're alright. How was Yokohama? And what happened that made you clearly lied to Aizawa?" Bakugo said, his tone shifting from annoyed to a very neutral, concerned tone. That's right. Bakugo is probably still the only person in their class that knows of Kaminari's place of internships. And also that Bakugo is a hell of a lot more perceptive than he lets on. Kaminari, at the questions, winced and groaned as he fell back onto the cool grass. Well, Yokohama is incredibly peaceful compared to here and Tokyo and other cities. Kaminari started. Bakugo seemed to nod in agreement. Has he been there before? Never mind that. That's a discussion for another day. Anyway, I did this entrance exam with this other guy who has 2 years on us, who I was just on the phone to. And our first task was to investigate this back alley in case of smuggles. And I noticed that there was something off about the lady requesting for the investigation. Especially after the bandage gremlin of a detective put a walkie-talkie in her pocket before being smacked over the head with a paperback notebook. When we get to the alleyway, I managed to figure out that it was a trap and my quirk started to act weird. 2 of the people we were with, one got shot at point-blank range with a submachine gun and the other one attempted to strangle the lady to death before he was stabbed by a Akutagawa. Kaminari continued. He looked over to Bakugo, whose face was a mix of emotions, ranging from morbid fascination to worry and to angry. The guy I was on the phone to and we started to attack him and I managed to get a solid strike of electricity on him before he took my arm off. He then said, lifting up his shirt sleeve to show Bakugo where his arm got reattached. Thankfully the bandage gremlin stopped the fight and by that point I lost consciousness. That's rough, buddy. That's all you have to say? You a-hole. Well, what do you want me to say, Charged Dolt? Are you seriously expecting some sort of sympathetic bullshit? I mean, no. But that response was super underwhelming. The 2 teens bickering would soon be cut short by the dreaded ringing of the bell. Back to mass. Honestly, whoever decided that split doubles were a good idea should burn alongside the inventor of algebra and whoever put algebra into the school curriculum. And once again Kaminari would return to zoning out consistently. Okay readers, we're going to run through this next bit really quickly since nothing exciting happens and I'd just be repeating myself over and over again. And here we go. For the rest of the day Kaminari was struggling. He kept getting caught zoning out. More people asked if he was alright and if they wanted to talk to him about internships since that's clearly the cause of his plight. As usual he kept up his charade of that the place he's interning just exerted more mental power than he realized. This continued through dinner and after cleanup. After that everyone went in their own direction to do their own thing. Kaminari sat on his bed staring at his closet. He received a text from Atsushi explaining what happened and that he was sorry for worrying him, to which Kaminari responded with, "That's okay." Which then prompted another text off Atsushi, telling the blonde-haired teen about a case he went on right after the attack with the head detective, Ranpo, and how Ranpo flawlessly solved the case. After this text convo with Atsushi, Kaminari then received a text of Kanikata saying that he is expected at the agency tomorrow and for the rest of the week, to which the teachers have already been informed. After Kaminari had responded with just a simple, "Okay then, thank you," Kanikata sent a text that thoroughly caught Kaminari by surprise. Kanikata, look kid. I heard off your homeroom teacher that you had been reportedly zoning in and out of lectures today, and I understand why that is, especially with your conflict with the mafia yesterday and the sudden loss and regain of your arm. It's a lot for your first day. Just, I dunno, get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow. Kaminari looked at the clothes gifted to him and decided that he'll just wear that again since he only wore it once yesterday. He also needed to pack for 5-6 days. But still, despite Kanikata's somewhat inspirational text message, Kaminari still felt deflated. How was he going to handle a week's worth of work placement? Especially if it took the wind out of him this much? Was it only because he had the conflict with the mafia? Honestly, for anyone that would be more than enough to call quits after one day. But then on his second or fourth day of school, the USJ incident happened and sure it unnerved him a bit, but he was pretty fine afterwards. Then there was the summer camp invasion, that rattled him a fair bit considering their strongest was kidnapped. He also vividly remembers how worried and frantic his grandfather was when news reached him. His grandfather. It's been a while since he's last spoken to him. It's been increasingly difficult since he moved into the dorms since his grandfather's boss seemed to give him more work, which made trying to find a suitable time to call and talk to each other very difficult. Being Kaminari's only surviving relative, maybe it would help sedate the headache-turned-migraine and help him sort out all of his thoughts. It also helps that his grandfather works in Yokohama. In the past, more specifically last year after the accident around his parents, Kaminari would complain about how his grandfather would be gone for most of the week or weeks on end, working at whatever company it was in Yokohama. In the instances where his grandfather was unable to come back home for a couple of weeks, he'd send one of his secretaries to come check on him. It was usually the same one. The secretary that his grandfather sent was a young lady not that much older than him, being 4 years his senior. She's very soft-spoken and polite. She's also incredibly dainty-looking, which made Kaminari worry for her health more than once in the past. But after she proved that she could bench press him with one arm, Kaminari stopped bugging her about it, being completely terrified yet entranced by this seemingly frail girl's strength. When he first met her, he got so flustered that he forgot his own name and basically short-circuited him really quick. He still feels guilty for making her worry so much on their first encounter. Kaminari was also curious about her. Whenever he asked her a question, she'd respond with a very direct yet very vague answer that left him wondering more, but one sharp look from her is usually enough to shut him up. So far he knows that her name is Jin, she has an elder twin brother, she's quirkless, and that she's been working for the same company his grandfather has been working at since she was. Come to think of it, she has a few similarities with Akutagawa. Kaminari shook his head upon thinking this. There's no way such a dainty-looking girl with an alarming amount of strength would have a lawn mower for a brother. Absolutely not. Kaminari scrolled through his contacts and clicked one that said, Ojizen. Hopefully he wasn't busy. Hearing the ringing of the phone, Kaminari combed his fingers through his hair as he laid down on his bed. The lights were too bright, he should turn the main ones off and turn the lamp on. At least then if it's too bright he can just turn away from the source of his pain. Hello. An older voice greeted on the other end of the line. Kaminari teared up slightly upon hearing such a familiar voice. Hi Ojizen. It's been a while. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything important. Kaminari said cheerfully. He could hear his grandfather on the other end laughing gently. Well, hello Denki, you weren't right now. I'm currently waiting to be let into my boss' office, which could happen at any moment, but I'm sure he'll allow me some time to talk to you. How have you been? You sound stressed. His grandfather responded. So his voice is giving him away, huh? Kaminari let out a weak chuckle. You could say that, Kaminari replied. Even if his grandfather wasn't in the room with him, he could feel the concerned stare that is probably on his grandfather's face. What happened? Was the next question. Kaminari wanted to groan. It was like talking to the school counselor all over again. But at least his grandfather kinda went through the same harrowing experience, considering that his only child was Kaminari's mother Chi. I got and accepted an invitation to intern at a place. I went there yesterday and took the entrance exam. I passed along with this other guy. And we were sent on our first job, which was to find evidence of a potential smuggler, which turned out to be a trap. My quirk also started acting weirdly. You heard of that Akutagawa dude in the news? Kaminari began to explain. He felt the pain decrease in his head, yet the throbbing in his arms seemingly increased. Maybe he should take some painkillers. Yeah, I've heard of him. I heard rumors he got into conflict with the armed detective agency yesterday. His grandfather answered, his voice almost being that of amusement. Of course. There isn't a single soul in Yokohama who has probably never heard of the name Akutagawa. But there was also something in his grandfather's voice that Kaminari couldn't quite pinpoint. Well, he arrived there after the blonde chick who posed as a regular office worker cornered us there. He stabbed one of the people with us, and then after I managed to land a direct stream of lightning on him, he straight up took my arm off. I almost died. Kaminari practically ummed as he tried to stop tears from falling. He felt numb remembering the entire conflict. Denki deep breathes. Weak meat, strong eat. His grandfather then advised, adding on one of those idioms that grandparents liked saying to their children and grandchildren. Kaminari laughed weakly at this but began to take deep breaths as advised as his grandfather continued to talk to him. Kaminari guessed it was as a distraction. I know you've told me that your quirk started acting weirdly, and from the minimal information you provided, it's not that this isn't the first time your quirk has behaved differently than normal. This is just the first instance where you've remembered. It's muscle memory and survival instinct Denki. You've always been able to do this, however due to events that happen such as the events of the Dragon's Head conflict, as a survival method your brain has repressed your conscious memories of utilizing your quirk in such a way. But your subconscious memory remembers. It's hard to forget something ingrained into you. His grandfather then continued on. Kaminari hummed to let his grandfather know that he was indeed listening. Though upon listening to his grandfather's spiel on about his quirk, Kaminari furrowed his brows. He's always been able to do this? Was this also part of the reason as to why he feels exhausted? Because his body has somewhat forgotten about these other utilizations of his quirk? Kaminari quickly pushed these thoughts down. Obviously his grandfather was making this up in order to help him calm down from his almost panic attack. Kaminari went to say something but then heard the voices of some men talking to his grandfather and a concerned mumble off his grandfather. Has the boss finally summoned him? Denki, the boss will be finished with his current meeting in less than a few minutes. What are your plans for the week? His grandfather said very hastily. Oh, I'll be in Yokohama for the rest of the week. I'm going back there tomorrow. They only sent me back today because of me recovering from this injury and to pack for the week. Kaminari said speedily, sitting back up. He winced at the sudden rush of blood coursing through his body. Won't be doing that again. That's good to hear. From what I heard the ADA has residence for their employees, but if they're full then I can organize for you to stay at a hotel. His grandfather mused. Kaminari doesn't know why but he felt his face heat from embarrassment and laughed. It's okay Ojizen. You don't have to do that. I'll text you if it comes to that. Kaminari said softly, a small smile now remaining on his face. I know Denki. Well, I must be going now, I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Good night Denki. His grandfather farewelled. Good night Ojizen. I love you. Kaminari responded, and with that his grandfather hung up. Reflecting back on the conversation, he believes that the conversation could have gone in a completely different direction but he's happy it went the way it did. On top of that he no longer has that sense of exhaustion or dread of going back. Maybe the fact that his grandfather inadvertently said that he'd be in Yokohama for the week so Kaminari could try and go visit him. Now time to pack. In Yokohama. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood in front of a large door as he put his phone away. In just a moment, the doors will open and two people will walk out, indicating that a meeting will have been finished and he can talk to the boss about whatever it is he needed to talk to him about. He stared at his watch, they should be coming out right about now. And on cue the doors opened, and out walked a man and a woman. The man had a bizarre blonde haircut and a weasel-eye aura to him. He is incredibly feared by those under his command but essentially hated by everyone else at the company as he bought his position instead of earning it. The second who was to come out was a young woman, older than 20 but younger than as elegant and as appealing as she is no less than intimidating. She wore her kimono in the Oiran style, and her hair adorned several appealing yet expensive hairpieces. Under normal circumstances, 5 would leave, however one was still out of town on a business trip and 2 other presumed positions laid vacant, awaiting their owners to return or inherit. Peering inside he could see the boss at the head of a long table, a satisfied smile laid upon his face. This most surely eased the fear that the middle-aged man had been feeling since he got off the phone to his grandson. Hiratsu, come in please. The boss ordered. The man, now known as Hiratsu, walked into the office and heard the big heavy doors shut. Like any other person of a rank lower than those in those 5 positions, it is customary for one to stand near the entrance to the office and to remain there until given permission to do otherwise. You asked to see me, sir? Hiratsu asked as he bowed. The boss let out a light chuckle at his employee's incredibly formal behavior. Something that's been the same long before he became the boss of the company. Now Hiratsu. No need to be so formal. The boss said in a cheerful tone, waving his hand dismissively, "Have you spoken to your grandson recently?" This question took Hiratsu off guard. Why would the boss have interest in his grandson? Sure, when he was 10 he hung around the company building a lot as a means to stay out of gunfire and the raging war between the various criminal organizations. But why? After 6 years, did the boss suddenly have interest in his grandson? Yes. Just before I came in here, in fact. May I ask, is there a reason why you bring this up? Hiratsu responded, ping an eyebrow. The boss shrugged his shoulders dismissively as he stood up from his incredibly comfy-looking chair and strode towards the floor-to-ceiling windows that give a stellar view of the city. As to why the windows were like this, Hiratsu still doesn't know the answer to. To him it seemed illogical to have such a luxury when working the job his boss does. But he's Hiratsu's boss and by far the most logical one to appear, so he shouldn't judge too much. Just simple curiosity. It has been 4 years and yet he still suffers from dissociative amnesia as a result of the harsh environment he was suddenly thrown into and was made to live in for 4 years. The boss responded as he ran his finger along the windowsill. Hiratsu was still confused about the sudden summons and discussion of his only surviving family. The boss turned towards Hiratsu and gave him a sympathetic smile as he spoke words that rattled Hiratsu down to his core. "I worry for the boy." Kaminari left the dorms silently at about 5:30 a.m. to catch the train. As much as he would like to have said goodbye to everyone, the thought of having to endure an awkward conversation with one of his classmates about his internships or why he seemed deflated yesterday didn't really appeal to him. He carried with him a large gym bag with clothes, toiletries and electronics so that he could keep up with his schoolwork. Kaminari also took some painkillers with him in case his arms started hurting again, which he hopes doesn't happen considering he woke up with a pain-free arm and head. Admittedly, he was a bit nervous in going to Yokohama by himself. Between the school and the train station there were over 1 million potential things that could happen. He could end up walking an elderly lady across the street and miss the train, a villain may have blocked the way to the station thus causing Kaminari to miss the train, he could run into a pretty girl and short-circuit. So many possibilities of how he could potentially miss the train. On top of that, there have been increasing reports of some sort of bomber on the railways that have already taken the lives of many. What if his train was target to that? Nope. We are not going to psyche ourselves out before we get to the agency. Kaminari huffed, slapping both sides of his face to snap him out of it. Not today, anxiety. Not today. Kaminari huffed and aggressively walked out of the school and towards the train station. No time for stopping and buying breakfast. He'll worry about that when he's in Yokohama. As he walked, he realized just how peaceful things are before 6 a.m. when people start going to work. That is, if there wasn't any villain attacks. Seriously, villains. Get a hobby. Take up knitting. Open a cat cafe or something. Just something productive. Honestly, back when he was in Yokohama, he felt such a wave of peacefulness that now makes Musafatsu and other cities seem like nails on a chalkboard. Thankfully, the villain attacks were far away and not anywhere near Kaminari's destination, so he didn't have to worry about the train being cancelled due to some dipshit. Kaminari arrived at the train station 5 minutes earlier than when the train would depart, very much out of breath. Did he power walk that hard? Must have. Either that or it's because he skipped breakfast. Or maybe a bit of both. Surprisingly, for a Wednesday at 5:55 a.m., the train station wasn't particularly busy, which means he shouldn't have trouble finding a seat on the train to Yokohama. He stood there awkwardly fiddling with the ends of the white shirt he put underneath his gifted black button-up. His phone vibrated. Who was up? The only people who'd be up at 6 a.m. is Ida, Bakugu and Todoroki. And Todoroki was sort of an old man when it comes to social media, so he has his doubts that it's him. Kaminari took his phone out of his pocket and clicked on the Discord notification. It was Jairu. Ears. Yo Kaminari, why are you up so early? Charge Dolt. Hey Jairu. Sorry for waking you up. I'm going to my internships. Ears. Was this why you were so out of it yesterday? Charge Dolt. Yeah. Ears. I'm honestly surprised you were able to land one. Charged dolt. Ears. Tongue sticking out. Ears. Where are you interning anyway? Who is it with? Charged dolt. Well, charged dolt. It's in Yokohama. Charged dolt. And it's with the Armed Detective Agency. Ears. Bro. Are you serious? Please tell me you aren't playing a joke on me. Charged dolt. Charged dolt. I'm not playing a joke. That's where my work study is. Charged dolt. Also the reason why I was out of it yesterday was I was recovering from my arm being torn off and being shot at by the mafia. Roboglasses. Kaminari. You should not be returning to a place that is so dangerous. Have you informed Aizawa? I shall inform him of this if you haven't. Charged dolt. It's okay, Ida. I have family there and TBH, the city is really peaceful. Even one of the detectives there said that it was a lot for my first day. Roboglasses. Why do you insist on using this internet slang? What does TB mean? Tears. It means, to be honest, class prez. Roboglasses. Thank you, Jair. Charged dolt. Also Ida. Charged dolt. I'd rather you not tell Aizawa, please. I understand why you want to, but he'll pull me out and I already like everyone there. Roboglasses. Very well. King explosion murder. Oh, Dunce face. Don't get yourself killed. If you die, I'll kill you myself. Roboglasses. Bakugu. Quiet down, people are sleeping. Charged dolt. Roboglasses. What's so funny? Ears. Press. We're on social media. How do PPL get woken up by some madman who doesn't know how to turn off caps lock? King explosion murder. I'll kill you. Ears. I dare ya. Charged dolt. Akin, I'll try not to die. And the train is here, so to Ears. Can't you just talk on the train? Charged dolt. The train bombings. Roboglasses. Stay safe and text us when you're there safely at the Yokohama train station and then when you arrive at the agency. Then contact us when it's lunch, when you're about to go on a mission, when you finish a mission, and video call us in the afternoon. Charged dolt. Will do, chief. Ponytail pinned a message. Kaminari smiled down at his phone. Good. He loves his classmates. Kaminari returned his phone to his pocket as he walked onto the train. It was fairly easy for him to grab a seat due to the still alarmingly small amount of passengers on the train. It was sure going to be a boring ride to Yokohama, especially without someone as ironically amusing as Kanikita. He has to admit, the train bombing does scare him, but usually he'd still be on his phone regardless. He just needed an excuse to stop talking to his friends because, quite frankly, he doesn't want them to worry about him, which in turn would make him worry and panic over everything. Imma just skipped the entire train ride because I don't know what else to tell y'all. Nothing happened. Except that Kaminari's phone had a conniption from Discord vibrating a whole lot as more people woke up. 7 a.m. The train came to a screeching halt and Kaminari was the only person to hop off the train. With the reputation that Yokohama has gotten in the past, it doesn't at all surprise him that not a whole lot of people would willingly go there. It's a shame, honestly. From the one day he was there before today, it is a genuinely peaceful city if it weren't for the fact that the Mafia now wants to murk the agency and subject Atsushi to human trafficking for a bounty. As he stood there stretching his legs, he took a look at his surroundings. There were a few people walking past him to hop on the train to probably work jobs elsewhere. Soon he was once again the only person standing at the station. Well, that's what he thought. Scanning the area, Kaminari spotted a very familiar figure smoking a cigar near the exit. His eyes brightened and he bolted with his new power-up straight up to the man and tackle-hugged him, almost knocking him and the man over. "Ojizen!" he exclaimed as he released the hug. "Good morning, Denki." His grandfather greeted as he readjusted his monocle. How he keeps that thing on is still a mystery to Kaminari. Did he, glue it onto his face? Kaminari's grandfather coughed a little bit and picked up Kaminari's gym bag. "Have you had breakfast?" A question met with a very embarrassed and guilty silence. "Denki, we talked about this," Hiratsu said in a soothingly strict tone. Kaminari found the ground more interesting and muttered something along the lines of "I know." He brought his gaze up to meet his grandfather's, who turned around and began to stride out of the train station, Kaminari's gym bag still in his hand. He quickly jogged up to his elder to walk alongside him. While walking, Kaminari couldn't help but notice the air of authority his grandfather seemingly had. His back was poised and his head was slightly tilted upwards, as though he was looking down on everyone else. This made getting through crowds a lot easier as more and more people began leaving their houses for work. Kaminari dug his hands into his manly men's pockets and attempted to half-shield himself from the oncoming crowd. His grandfather snapped his fingers and pointed beside him, indicating that he wanted Kaminari to walk beside him and not behind him. Kaminari let out a whimper of annoyance and moved back to walking next to his grandfather. Soon Kaminari began to see buildings he was familiar with. He began looking around him and identified that this was where he met Dazai and ate sushi for the first time. Kaminari could feel his phone buzzing, probably wondering whether or not he was safe as he could be in Yokohama. He would reply, but right now food was a bit more of a priority. Kaminari saw his grandfather looking at his phone and grimacing at whatever it was he was looking at. He also saw a bit of fear in his grandfather's eyes. Why was he scared? It's hard to get his grandfather shaken over just about anything save for his daughter, Kaminari's mother, dying suddenly. Hiratsu must have noticed Kaminari's attempts at staring over his shoulder and quickly shoved his phone back into his pocket. Quickening their pace, more Kaminari trying to keep up with Hiratsu, who moves alarmingly quickly for a man at his age, towards a building. As they approached, Kaminari saw that they were approaching a cafe with very nice exterior decorating. It seemed moderately busy but nothing too overwhelming. Hiratsu quickly ushered his grandson into the building while looking over his shoulder before walking in himself. If we're walking anywhere together, Denki, I must urge you to stay directly in my sight. It's easy to get kidnapped here. Hiratsu warns. Kaminari gives his grandfather a quizzical look before a lopsided smile spread across the young man's face. All good, Ojizen. Kaminari responded, giving Hiratsu a thumbs up and a wink. Hiratsu gave Kaminari back his gym bag and instructed him to find a place for the two to sit while eating breakfast. In the morning light, the cafe looks really nice and casual. While waiting for his grandfather to join him, Kaminari took out his phone and checked his messages. Charge Dolt, I'm alive. Roboglasses, so you've arrived in Yokohama safely, I believe. FNG nerd, oi Kaminari. Could you tell me about the quirks there? It's just that not a whole lot is known about their quirked population due to their rarity. Charge Dolt, yes, I did get to Yokohama safely. I'm with my grandfather waiting for breakfast. Charge Dolt, also Charge Dolt, Deku. Charge Dolt, maybe. Charge Dolt, when I'm not getting murked, 'cause that happened the other day. Deku, thank you. Laughing face. King Explosion Murder, oh I nerd. Why is your nickname different? FING nerd, I changed it back. Kenji nerd, wait, King nerd, did you? FING nerd, take away my nickname privileges. King Explosion Murder, itch elbows. Who gave him admin rights? I thought it was only Yamamo and Ida who did? Kaminari looked up and saw his grandfather approaching. He was looking over his shoulders again. Was he worried about the two of them being followed? He quickly looked back down to his phone and saw Siro and Bakugu arguing about why the latter should or should not have admin rights. Charge Dolt, my grandfather's coming GTGC later. Raccoon eyes. The fact that you are so formal when addressing your gramps is kinda creepy, dude. With that, he placed his phone back into his pocket. Something wrong, Ojizen? Kaminari inquired. That seemed to knock Hiratsu out of his paranoia as he saw the uncharacteristic concern that laced his grandson's face. He shook his head while sitting across from Kaminari. Nothing you should concern yourself with. Hiratsu replied. Kaminari nodded his head slowly while also trying to subtly see who it was that was putting his grandfather on edge. Of course, to Hiratsu's well-trained eye, he could pick up on what Kaminari was attempting to do. He chuckled to himself. Not a lot has changed with the boy after all. For the next few minutes, the two just sat at their table in an awkwardly comfortable silence. After about 5 minutes, their food arrives and their conversation seemingly picked up. How's your arm, Denki? Hiratsu asked as he ate into his meal. Kaminari winced slightly as he dug into his pancakes. I woke up and it isn't sore anymore, but I brought painkillers with me, so if it does come back I'll just take a couple. He responded. Hiratsu nodded and leant forward to ruffle Kaminari's hair. Kaminari reacted to this by playfully swatting away his grandfather's arms. That's good to hear, Hiratsu said, finishing his meal. After cleaning up and setting his teacup and plate aside, Kaminari felt the atmosphere take a more serious mood. This was an atmosphere that Kaminari was more accustomed to than most. The last time the mood was this intense was when his grandfather met him at the hospital after the summer camp raid. Kaminari watched as his grandfather reached into his jacket and pulled out a very folded piece of paper, a small box and a small notebook, yellowed with age. Kaminari raised his eyebrows, in a successful attempt to get his grandfather to talk. Since you'll be here frequently from now on like before, Hiratsu began. Kaminari's eyes widened. He used to come here frequently? Weird. He only ever recalls being in Yokohama for the Dragon's Head conflict, but other than that Kaminari is certain that he only visited Yokohama scarcely. As if his parents were scared of something. His grandfather is scared of something. I've managed to set up a few safe houses for you on the off chance that something were to happen and you needed to hide. I've also drawn up a map of where the port mafia is most active. The red areas are during the day and the purple is at night. Hiratsu began. Kaminari gave his grandfather a look of both gratitude and bewilderment. Just how influential is his grandfather to be able to know that information and to be able to set up safe houses in just a short amount of time? Did he sleep? Kaminari opened up the map nervously and was met with many reds and purples circled in different areas. One thing he noticed is that many of the purple and red circles overlap around the port. Maybe to smuggle in and out goods? To take care of anyone unlawful? Not that stupid idea again. Hiratsu stared at his grandson, who looked as though he was having an existential crisis. That or he was constipated. Hopefully it's the former and not the latter. Was he remembering something? Maybe not. He does vividly remember his boss saying that it would cause something of great stress for him to recover his memories, and for some reason his boss decided to not meddle with the boy's affairs. Until now, that is. Maybe. If his boss's statement is anything to go off from last night, then he's regained his interest. Before Kaminari could fully descend into a spiraling sense of existential confusion and dread, Hiratsu snapped his fingers twice and Kaminari shook himself out of it. His attention finally returning to his now very concerned grandfather. Kaminari quickly folded the map and shoved it into his gym bag. After his attention returned to his grandfather, he was quickly met with a very darkened stare as the notebook and the box. Is there something wrong, Ojizen? You're scaring me, Kaminari said, in a tone very reminiscent of that of a nervous child wanting to know why their parents were angry. Hiratsu's gaze and aura stayed very much intense, but there seemed to be a slight softness that sort of eased Kaminari. Sort of. As he went to inspect the two new items placed in front of him, Kaminari couldn't shake off the feeling that they were being watched. Especially given the fact that his grandfather was consistently looking over his shoulder and just being overly cautious, more so than usual. Kaminari looked through the notebook. It was palm-sized and yellowed with age. He quickly flicked through it, noticing the various phone numbers throughout the book. The handwriting was oddly reminiscent of his late mother's. Kaminari attempted to begin, but he couldn't seem to find the right words to phrase his question. Hiratsu motioned for Kaminari to open the box. Kaminari placed the book aside and opened the box to find a smartphone with a rather snazzy phone case. He let out a scoff or surprise as he looked from the smartphone to his grandfather. Ojizen, are you sure? Because I've already got a phone, you know. Kaminari began stammering out after his stunned silence and that one scoff. Yes, I'm sure, Denki. That's an emergency phone, make sure no one knows you have it. That book also contains a list of contacts and how they can help you when you're in an emergency. I would heavily recommend not using that first contact unless you have absolutely no choice. There may be details omitted for some of your contacts. Hiratsu explained. Wiping the shock off his face, Kaminari quickly reopened the book to its first page. It reads as follows. Moryoga. Number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Mr. Mori is an underground doctor/surgeon. No one knows what his quirk is exactly. Don't mind his eccentricities. Ojizen, there's not a whole lot here. Kaminari noted. Hiratsu hummed in agreement as he looked at his watch. I'm aware it was your mother who wrote that book. Mori is one of the few where it's more in your best interest to not know a whole lot about him. Hiratsu replied. Kaminari groaned in frustration and buried his face in his hands. Now his grandfather was hiding things from him. Hiratsu cleared out his throat to garner the attention of his now thoroughly annoyed grandson, who looked up from his hands. Well, Denki, it was nice talking to you like this. But I must apologize as I now have to go to a job. The agency is just down the road and I don't think anything should happen to you. Hiratsu began as he stood up from the table. Kaminari let out a silent muttering of accepting that his grandfather, despite his age, is employed. He placed the other 2 items into his gym bag and flung it over his shoulder and stood up as well. The 2 made their way out of the cafe and down the road. Hiratsu said that he had enough time to take the detour to walking Kaminari up to the detective agency, but as Kaminari approached the road to cross it over to the detective agency, Kaminari looked back to say goodbye to his grandfather to find him gone like a fart in the wind. Puzzled, Kaminari redirected his attention to getting to the agency. He'll have to ring his grandfather later. As he climbed his way up to the floor the agency is on, he could hear Atsushi's worried voice. What's wrong now? Kaminari quickly checked the time on his phone. 9:10 a.m. Hopefully Kanikida won't yell at him. It's not as if he gave him a time to arrive by. So technically it was Kanikida's fault. Kaminari opened the door to the agency and saw Atsushi talking to Kanikida, a young boy with a straw hat and someone wearing brown grandpa clothes. Dazai's gone missing? He heard Kanikida say in a tone very reminiscent of whenever Aizawa is scolding the class for doing something he actually expected them to do. Like it was scolding but not surprising. Kaminari stood awkwardly at the door, unsure whether or not to announce his presence since the topic on hand is seemingly serious. He's not picking up his phone nor has he returned to his apartment. Atsushi explained. Kaminari frowned at this information. Now that he thought about it, Dazai would have for sure have sent Kaminari some cryptic text message or voicemail. He's probably in the river again. Kanikida said. Or maybe in the earth again. The young boy with the straw hat piped up. The dude with the brown grandpa clothes took the hat off his face and spoke. He's definitely being detained again. What's going on exactly? Kaminari spoke after just standing in the background awkwardly. Everyone's heads snapped in his direction. Kaminari gulped at being the center of attention spontaneously. Atsushi began walking over to Kaminari hurriedly, his worried expression not once leaving, but somehow intensifying. Kaminari, have you heard anything off Dazai? He spoke hurriedly, grabbing the younger's shoulders. Kaminari quickly glanced at the other 3 men who must have been dealing with this for some time before redirecting his attention back at his choppy-haired friend. I haven't. I honestly thought he'd leave some cryptic message by now. Kaminari replied, scratching the back of his neck. Atsushi ummed in a worried frustration and turned back to Kanikida and the 2 other people that Kaminari has yet to introduce myself to. Some nasty things happened yesterday. What if he was assassinated by the mafia? Atsushi said meekly. That's right, there was an attack by the Black Lizard yesterday. They're about ready to do anything to get their hands on Atsushi. Just why was he valuable? Kaminari had no clue. Kanikida set down his teacup. Don't be stupid. Kanikida began curtly, that man extraordinarily sensitive to any danger and adaptable at surviving. He has repeatedly committed suicide but has never succeeded once. How could a guy who can't even off himself get offed by the mafia? Atsushi and Kaminari stood there for a minute soaking in the information. That sounds totally reasonable. On top of that, Kaminari has his doubts that the mafia would kill Dazai. He probably knows too much about them to risk murking him. If anything, knowing Dazai and how he likes to F with people, he probably decided to antagonize the mafia and got bandage-napped as a result. Hold on. Come one Denki, not this bullshit again. Kaminari let out a long sigh as a result to his brain delivering him stupid and unwanted thoughts. This somehow seemingly went unnoticed by most of the people in the room who were mostly focused on a very worried Atsushi. As Atsushi attempted to argue back, the other 3 men, 2 men and boy, stood up and stared behind the 2 teens. I'll look into it. A calm voice said from behind him. Both Atsushi and Kaminari whipped their heads to see Tanizaki meekly waving at them all. "Tanizaki, you're all right?" Kaminari said loudly. Everyone began clamoring the boy, grateful that he was in excellent health now. "Thanks to Dr. Yasano's treatment." "Tanizaki," Kunikida said, readjusting his already perfectly adjusted glasses. "Does he actually need those? Or does he only wear them to make himself seem more serious?" Kaminari only caught the end of what Kunikida asked Tanizaki, but it apparently sent a jolt of fear through everyone, and Tanizaki was cowering in a corner, trembling at the question. "Four times? Atsushi, Kaminari, as new members of the agency, you'd better not get hurt," Tanizaki said shakily. The two boys exchanged a concerned glance and soaked in the information. What kind of medical treatment do they have here that makes everyone apparently tremble at the sheer thought of having? Was it to do with the nature surrounding a quirk? As Kunikida began to scold Tanizaki for not running away, Kaminari felt someone tapping on his shoulder. He turned to meet the man in brown grandpa clothes' half-lidded eyes. "Sup, Dazai Jr." he greeted. The usage of Dazai Jr. caught Kaminari so off guard that he was literally at a loss for words. Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?" Kaminari said hotly. The man simply grinned and took out a lollipop from seemingly nowhere and began to unwrap it. "You," he began, pointing at Kaminari with his free hand, "are basically another version of Dazai. Come on. I thought it was obvious." He then groaned. F-? I don't act like him. I'm not suicidal, nor have I seriously vanished off the face of the earth." Kaminari panicked. "There is no connection. None at all. No. Nada. None at all." This guy was clearly off his rocker. "Actually, Kaminari, you kinda do." Atsushi said. Kaminari looked at his friend, and noticed how Tanizaki scratched the back of his head and was looking everywhere but Kaminari's face, clearly indicating that he agreed with Atsushi. Kaminari dropped to the ground dramatically in defeat and began to sulk. Why must he, Denki Kaminari, be compared to the bandage man that is Dazai? Why? See? This is what I'm talking about. The lolly grandpa clothes man said whilst grabbing a watch from out of his pocket. He also plopped himself on the ground during all this, but still sitting in a way that allowed him to move quickly if he needs to. To realize something's wrong and run from it, that is the ability to sense danger. "Let's see, in less than 10 seconds from now," he began. Kaminari gave the man a quizzical look before his attention being redirected to the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. The noise growing louder and louder. The door opened, and at the source of the clicking high heels was a young woman with a butterfly clip. Kaminari stared wide-eyed at her and took a nervous gulp. "She's pretty. Sorry I'm late, I overslept," the young lady said as she approached the group. Kaminari felt heat rise to his cheeks, and he's pretty sure he's slowly losing his ability to breath. She was literally breathtaking. She also had a pretty voice. It was so angelic. And the way her hair flowed. Is this what Ciro meant by simping? Is he simping for a lady he just met? He'll probably text Ciro later about it. "Dr. Yasano," Atsushi said in the tone of a greeting. "So this is the doctor whose treatment makes everyone tremble? How could someone so delicate-looking be so terrifying?" It made no sense to Kaminari. But he wasn't conscious when his arm was put back together, so it's not as though he was the right person to make the call in judgment as to whether or not someone was dangerous or not. Though, when Kaminari regained consciousness, he did hear someone scream from somewhere else in the infirmary. Maybe Ms. Yasano was responsible for that happening. Yasano seemed to notice the two new recruits right away and approached the two boys. "Ah, you two must be the new recruits. Atsushi and Kaminari, right? Are you guys hurt anywhere?" Yasano inquired, placing her hands behind her back. When both of the boys responded that nowhere hurt, she turned her head and scoffed slightly. Kaminari felt himself deflating a little bit. Was he not supposed to say that? Why is she annoyed at their answers? Yasano seemed to bounce back and turned back to the two boys, tapping her index finger against her lip, feigning innocence as she thought. "By the way, I'm going shopping and I need someone to carry my stuff, and it seems like you two are the only ones here," she said matter-of-factly. Kaminari and Atsushi turned their heads around and saw that everyone else had bailed. So this was the ability to sense danger? After the three went to the dorms so Yasano could grab a few things and for Kaminari to drop off his gym bag in his own dorm room. Though knowing Kaminari, he'd probably end up sleeping over at Atsushi's dorm a whole lot. Roughly an hour later, both Kaminari and Atsushi were carrying comical amounts of Yasano's shopping in their arms as they trailed behind their elder. Kaminari wasn't complaining though. He's out of having to do some boring and mundane task that Kanikata would probably set up for him. He gets to hang out with Atsushi and he gets to help Ms. Yasano. The perfect first proper and non-violent day at his internships. You still have more things to buy? Atsushi breathes. A pang of guilt formed in Kaminari's stomach as he actually tricked Atsushi into carrying some of the more heavier things. Not to get him wrong. Kaminari is carrying his fair share of heavy items, it's just that Atsushi happens to be carrying slightly more. Don't drop them, okay? Yasano said nonchalantly, flicking her hair slightly. Yes, ma'am, Kaminari said, straightening his back. Atsushi gave him a look that was half amused and half, "Are you kidding me, dude?" before turning his head back towards Yasano. And if we drop them? Atsushi asked. Yasano didn't exactly give either of them a response. She just turned and gave the two teenagers and gave them a devious/bloodthirst expression that sent the message across clearly to the two boys who both gulped as a result. As they continued to walk, a young girl in a bright red yukata brushed between the two boys. Something felt off about her. The two looked back at the girl and the girl acknowledged the boys. There was something wrong with her eyes, Kaminari noticed. They looked more of that of a doll than like the eyes of a human. Is everything all right? The girl turned her head and began walking to wherever her destination was. All was well after this, but then Atsushi accidentally knocked into a lady and stumbled, causing a bag of lemons to tumble out of the bag and roll around on the ground. One managed to find its way underneath man's foot and he stumbled onto the ground with a loud thud. Oh shit. That sounded like it hurt. Big time. Oh shit. Kaminari hissed as he and the other two began to run over to the man to see if he was all right and to apologize. Atsushi helped the man up while asking if he was okay and the man just turned to him and scowled. How are you going to compensate for this? This was tailored by a European designer. The man barked. Atsushi began to stutter out an apology before Kaminari stepped in. Dude, it was an accident. If you're going to complain about your custom-made suit, then maybe you shouldn't be wearing a custom-made suit in public where you can get it dirty. Kaminari barked back, getting right in front of the man's face. He felt his quirk activate slightly, which to him was probably a good thing. Maybe then will this dude F off. Yasano's hand found Kaminari's shoulder and she gently shoved him away as she began to dust off the a-hole. The a-hole scoffed at Yasano's behavior and kicked her to the ground. Who do you think you are, you beach? He yelled. He's had enough of this dude. Kaminari began to approach the man again, quite threateningly, before Atsushi grabbed him in a firm hold, preventing Kaminari from furthering his soon-to-be rampage. As he was being held back, the man jabbed a finger at Yasano quite condescendingly. Get the hell away from you, beach. What are you exactly? A personal assistant? A secretary? Who's your boss? I'll get you fired. The man taunted angrily, before he could press on and before Kaminari could fully break out of Atsushi's surprisingly strong grip. Ms. Yasano grabbed the man's hand and suddenly the air around them turned cold. Beach? Yasano questioned in a tone that was far too cheery and light-hearted for her expression. All three men gulped and stared at Yasano in silence as she tightened her hand on the a-holes. Now you've done it, Yasano growled, her hand gripping the a-holes even more, clenching it to the point where there was a loud crack from the man's hand. Atsushi and Kaminari stared at the detective agency's doctor in horror as she further threatened and low-key assaulted the businessman. That's why the agency avoids her treatment. 5 minutes later on the train, the three of them sat in a very empty train carriage, all the parcels and shopping neatly stacked in the storage compartment above them. Atsushi and Kaminari sat on either side of the doctor, both with thinking about what just happened. Kaminari was still angry at the guy, but was grateful that Yasano stepped in and took care of him, otherwise Kaminari would have straight up murdered him. After all, that man would not have been the first. Where the f did that come from? He's never killed anybody. Kaminari sighed angrily. These FNG thoughts again. They're as cryptic as Dazai. Where are they coming from? He looked at Yasano from between his hands and noticed how there was barely a graze on her face from where the a-hole had kicked her. Flawless. Flawless Ms. Yasano is. I'm really sorry for what happened. Atsushi said, breaking the insufferable silence. Don't apologize for such a trivial thing and don't overthink it as well. Yasano said reassuringly. Kaminari rubbed his bad arm where the reattachment was done, the pain seemingly coming back without there being any actual pain. Yasano seemed to notice this and gestured for him to show her so she could see what was bothering him. Slightly nervous about doing so considering Tanizaki's reaction to talking about her medical treatment. That's right, the two of you lost an arm and a leg when you were attacked by the mafia, right? Yasano mentioned as she rubbed over the scar where Kaminari's arm was reattached before exchanging it for Atsushi's leg and began to inspect it. Kaminari took a quick glance and noticed how there was no scar from where his leg got taken off. Is his quirk actually a hybrid one? There's no way solely the tiger could be responsible for his regeneration. Is something wrong? Atsushi choked out. Yasano shook her head and sighed as she released the boy's leg. No, it's a pity I couldn't treat you, considering you were able to regenerate. I at least was able to treat Kaminari. How are you feeling, Kaminari? Yasano said boredly. Kaminari perked up slightly at suddenly being the center of attention. And that attention was coming from Yasano. It's holding up well. I'm just feeling pain when there's actually no pain there. If that makes sense. Kaminari tried to explain with a smile on his face. Yasano raised an eyebrow in understanding before resting her head in one of her hands. It's probably phantom pain. Your arm came off and was reattached, so your brain is confused because of how sudden the damage happened and how quickly it was reversed. It's definitely something you can't get rid of. She explained. After a PRD of silence, Yasano spoke up again. Boys. Yes, Yasano? The two said at the same time. You might not be lucky next time. When the Black Lizard came yesterday, they were only defeated because they attacked the agency head-on. Their usual method is to launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night. Be careful when you're out late. Yasano explained. Kaminari and Atsushi gulped at this news. Well, Kaminari began, attempting to make a light-hearted joke to lighten the mood of the group before he was interrupted by the intercom. An announcement from the driver's cabin. The voice on the intercom said, Something's not right about this. Kaminari activated his quirk slightly to see if there was something up with the train, considering this dude is apparently the train conductor, or so he claims. I apologize for the intrusion. Now, I am about to conduct a little physical experiment. The aim is to evaluate people's reaction and sensory input toward explosions under unusual circumstances. The test subjects will be you passengers. Thank you very much for your cooperation. The voice said cheerfully. Kaminari stared at the intercom in surprise as he picked up on approximately 20 things that weren't meant to be on the train. 10 at the top end and 10 at the bottom end. Kaminari stood up and went to start running before he was jostled to the ground, both by the jostling of the train due to an explosion and from the intensity of the noise. Sheet! Kaminari exclaimed as he tried to recover. Atsushi and Yasano both stood up and helped Kaminari regain his balance. They looked towards the entrance in the direction where the driver's cabin was and saw the blood leaking through the cracks of the door. They were so FING lucky that they chose this cabin rather than that one. Did 2 or 3 people just die from that? The next will do better than that. I have installed bombs at both the first and last carriages. Enough to blow everyone to the moon. The guy on the intercom boasted, cackling delightfully at the carnage he was creating. Yasano opened the door and the 3 of them saw the dead bodies as well as injured survivors. This seemed familiar to Kaminari. Like he was stuck in this same situation before. Well then, representatives of our test subjects, Atsushi and Kaminari. If the 2 of you don't surrender, then all the passengers will be on one trip to heaven. The guy over the intercom threatened. What? Why do they want Kaminari now? Seems like they really don't want hero hopefuls in the city if they want you, Kaminari. Yasano stated matter-of-factly as she began to treat the injured. Kaminari felt himself shaking. What do we do, Yasano? Atsushi exclaimed in a panic. Kaminari whacked him lightly since he was scaring all the other surviving passengers. Maybe less people will die if he can evacuate them to the carriages without the bombs? We have 3 options, you two. 1. Get captured obediently. 2. Jump off this train at high speed with dozens of passengers. Or 3. Yasano said, waiting for the 2 boys to finish her train of thought. Beat the guy to a pulp? The guest at the same time. Yasano gave them a knowing look. After all, boys, we are members of the armed detective agency, she said heroically as she picked up a black gym bag that Kaminari noticed made an alarming amount of metallic noises, almost similar to the knife drawer. Hey, you're from the detective agency? Do something about this, a dude exclaimed. The 3 turned their heads to the owner of the voice. This a-hole again. Oh my, but the agency doesn't work for free, you see? Yasano cooed deviously. If it's money you want, I have more than plenty. Just stop the explosion and get me out of here. The man practically begged. Kaminari looked at the man in an awed disgust. To think that this was the same man only 10 minutes ago. Actually, it is the same man. He's still a narcissistic asshat. Is this a request? Yasano asked, feigning ignorance and looking innocent. It should be illegal to look so angelic after breaking a man's fingers. That's right, the man exclaimed. In return, Yasano gave the man a big smirk. Then we have no other choice if that's the case. Before the 3 could continue on, the man's demeanor turned flustered and embarrassed. Kaminari didn't quite catch all of what the man said, but it clearly didn't sit well with Yasano as she smashed his head against the carriage wall as hard as she could. Well, you two, let's split up and defuse the bombs. I'll defuse the bombs up at this end while you take care of the bombs at the other end, Yasano instructed as a plethora of passengers started pushing through them. Ms. Yasano, there's 20 bombs we have to defuse, there's 10 at each end, Kaminari explained. So that quirk of yours can pick up electromagnetic frequencies, that's useful, Yasano praised. Kaminari's heart swelled as he was being dragged to the other end with Atsushi before the white-haired boy turned back to Yasano. What if we encounter the enemy? Atsushi said loudly, over all the screams of the scared passengers. Kaminari shook Atsushi's arm off him as he picked up a young girl with an injured knee, sobbing from being separated from her mother. Mummy. I want my mummy. The girl sobbed and hiccuped into Kaminari's shirt. He started patting the young girl as he started to frantically look around to see if there was a mother missing their child. See, it's gonna be okay, kid. It's gonna be okay, Kaminari said softly, attempting to calm her down. Ssschi's not moving. Wake her up, please. The girl then begged. Kaminari felt his heart shatter as he looked around the carriage. His eyes fell on a woman slumped over in her seat, blood cascading down her body and pooling around her on the seat she sat on and on the ground. Oh no. His heart broke in 2 upon the sight. It's all too familiar. Kaminari felt the darkness about to swallow him, and he was going to die. He wasn't going to save anyone. How could he? He couldn't even defend his parents who died so brutally while he snuck out to play at a friend's house. How could he save an entire train of passengers? Kaminari! Kaminari! Kaminari, we need to go! Atsushi yelled. Kaminari managed to zone back into the realm of reality. Kaminari was still kinda out of it. The girl was still clinging onto Kaminari like a koala. He actually considered prying her off, but after noticing that her mother was most likely dead, Kaminari thought that it would be outright cruel to do so. She needed the emotional support right now. Sorry about that, Sushi. Kaminari apologized as he bobbed and weaved through all of the cowering passengers. It's okay, Kaminari, I understand. Atsushi replied calmly. Kaminari's grip on the girl increased slightly and the child's sobs just turned into soft whimpers. It'll be okay, kid, we'll protect you, Kaminari reassured the child. The girl looked up at him with ox-like eyes. You promise, mister? She asked while holding up her pinky. Kaminari readjusted his hold on the girl and hooked his pinky with hers and smiled warmly. I promise, he reassured. This seemed to ease the girl a little bit. As he made his way through the crowd behind Atsushi, an elder lady stopped him by tugging on his shirt. "Excuse me, young man, are you going to solve the issue?" she asked. Kaminari looked between Atsushi, who was still making his way through the crowd, and the old lady, and nodded. She seemed to smile at him gently. This lady held her arms outstretched. "Defusing a bomb is no place for a child, I'll look after her. Please save us, detective," the woman said, pleading the last part. Kaminari felt his nerve kick back in and began pursuing Atsushi again. As he did so, he saw the girl in the red yukata bolt past him and in the direction he was heading. What is that girl doing? She's nuts. Atsushi, stop that girl. It's too dangerous for her. Kaminari yelled. Alas, Atsushi was a bit too slow to grab the girl by her collar. Kaminari caught up to Atsushi, breathing slightly as they both watched the girl in muted terror as she stared at the two boys with dead, doll-like eyes and opened a flip phone with an adorable rabbit keyring. Is this girl a member of the mafia? Why the hell are there kids in the mafia? The carriage they were standing in was entirely void of other passengers. It was just him, Atsushi, and the mystery girl. Kaminari heard the voice from the other end slightly, and his eyes widened upon recognizing the owner of the voice. Akutagawa, Lord of the Coughs. What higher power decided that it was a good idea to have Akutagawa recruit a literal child into the mafia? They must be struggling for members if that's the case. Stabbity stab 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 bitiru. The attack came so fast. Was it the girl's quirk? Agonizing, stinging pain erupted throughout Kaminari's body from where the girl's quirk had landed. After assessing his wounds, Kaminari stared wide-eyed at the manifestation of this child's quirk. It was appealing. Appealing and has a huge sword. That's going to be a problem. He's pretty sure he knows someone with a similar quirk, but it's yellow. Leaning back against the carriage wall, Kaminari tried to take a moment to assess the situation. He could hear Dark Mode Best Jeanist giving out commands. This observation gave Kaminari a mind-opening deduction. Can she not control her own quirk? And is it controlled through the phone? If that's the case, he just needs to disrupt the signal and her attacks will cease. But before he could unleash a wave of electricity, more slashes were added to both his and Atsushi's body. Jesus Christ! This quirk is powerful. She's so strong. The only way to stop her quirk is to disrupt that DMN phone's signal. But the quirk is too fast for Kaminari to concentrate long enough to do so. Damn it. He promised that little girl and old lady that he'd protect them. Heroes don't break their promises. Especially to children and the elderly. Kaminari could hear Atsushi next to him groaning from his injuries as he lifted his head off the ground. Why? Why would a girl like you? He choked out. My name is Kyuka. The girl introduced herself, her voice hollow but shaky. I'm an orphan. Just like the two of you. She's an orphan? What happened to her parents? A mafia hit? I like rabbits and tofu. Don't like dogs or thunder. Thunder, huh? That might be useful if he can muster up a strong enough electrical blast. But after that he'll go stupid. It's something at least. After I was taken in by the mafia, I've killed 35 people in 6 months. Kaminari's eyes widened as he helped Atsushi back to his feet. That's a lot for a child. Kaminari noted before Kyuka's quirk beard down on the two once again. Is he going to die here? Are people going to die on this train because he was stupid to accept an internship invite in Yokohama? What's going to happen to Atsushi? What about his grandfather? His friends at UA? Will they be targeted next? Hero hopefuls are bad omens in the city. That phrase, like many other things in his life, continued to haunt Kaminari. He wants to scream. He wants to keep his promise to those two passengers. Denki, tell me, what do you think is the optimal solution to this? A voice asked. Suddenly Kaminari wasn't in the train anymore. He was in what looked like a doctor's office. He was shorter. There was a man who seemed to be looking at him. But no matter how hard Kaminari tried, he couldn't make out the man's face. Though whatever sort of look he was giving Kaminari, it was sending tremors throughout his body. What's going on here? Was he in trouble for something? Is he training? Who is this man and why does Kaminari find him terrifying? The man seemed to approach Kaminari with a scalpel in hand and it was getting closer to his collarbone. The faceless man kneeled down to Kaminari's height and pressed the scalpel against his collarbone. He frantically began to look around for an exit, but there seemed to only be void beyond the windows, and the door, which was presumably the way out, was getting further and further away. Kaminari stifled a sob as he felt the man place pressure on the scalpel and cut him across the collarbone with surgical accuracy. Kaminari tried to scream and to fight back, but he couldn't move his mouth to get the words to come out and to tell the man, whoever he was, to stop. He wants it to stop. It hurt so much. Kaminari could feel the tears running down his face. I'm going to ask you this again, Denki, the faceless man said with the calmness of a doctor about to deliver bad news to a nervous patient. What do you think the optimal solution is? What is the optimal solution? What's an optimal solution? Oh dear, it seems that you have forgotten, my child. The man cooed, placing the scalpel to the side and getting the equipment needed for stitches, and began to stitch up the wound he created on Denki, all while Kaminari was clenching his teeth in order not to scream. The optimal solution is to launch a total counteroffense. A total counteroffense? A total counter-offense. Of course, that makes sense. Kaminari seemingly snapped out of his trance when he felt Atsushi tapping him back into reality excessively. He sat himself up, coughing up blood in the process. His collarbone hurts. Kaminari looked towards Atsushi, who seemed as though he came up with a plan. I have an idea and it's a little crazy. Atsushi stated. Kaminari gave him a weary and wide smile in response. Oh, what a coincidence. The girl didn't seem to be attacking due to the two boys' seemingly incapacitated states. Oh, what a coincidence. So did I. He replied joyfully. Atsushi gave the younger a smile of relief. They spent the next 2 minutes to come up with a solid plan. Well, this seems to confirm something about the girl's quirk. It's controlled through whoever is on the other end of the phone, meaning that the quirk is connected to the phone in the girl's hand. He just has to disable its signal and the quirk will be no more. Their plan was quite simple. Kaminari would unleash a massive blast of electricity, and attempting to mimic what happens in a thunderstorm, stunning Kyuka for a hot moment while Atsushi runs towards her and goes to attack her. Very stupid. Pretty much suicidal. But it will work. Assuming that Charlie Frown doesn't talk through that DMN phone again. But that dude does have a flair for the dramatics despite being too lazy to announce his presence to a fight and get the drop on Tanizaki. Atsushi stood up, getting prepared to run, while Kaminari remained on the ground. Given what Kaminari was about to do, and the fact that half the carriage wall to his side was completely obliterated, staying seated posed less of a risk of falling to his death than standing will. Stay back. Kyuka said in a monotonous tone. I'm sorry, too late. Atsushi responded. And with that, Kaminari unleashed a massive blast of electricity that only mainly coated him, but it was powerful enough to cause a large thunder-like noise which caused Kyuka to stumble back, clutching her ears and trembling. Atsushi started bolting towards the girl at full speed. It took a few moments for Kyuka to recover from the attack before she got hers to have at it with Atsushi. Kaminari would let out another blast of electricity, but he's already having a hard time recycling the electricity he just used from the first one in an attempt to prevent himself from short-circuiting. He's never done this before. But this is a matter of life or death. Kaminari can't afford to become stupid for a full hour or two. Kaminari, once he was able to confidently believe that it was safe for him to deactivate his quirk, he returned his attention to Atsushi's assault. He seemed to have stopped and seemingly summoned a part of his quirk to block the attack of Kyuka's. When Kyuka's quirk went to attack Atsushi again, he merely dodged the attacks, as if he was sidestepping a bunch of school children trying to tackle-hug him. Kaminari stared in awe as Atsushi flawlessly dodged the many attacks that Kyuka was unleashing before he placed his claws right near the girl's neck, basically threatening the kid. Deactivate your quirk and tell me where the bomb is. Atsushi demanded, his voice ragged with exhaustion from the bolting and the wounds on his body. Kaminari managed to crawl to the other side of the carriage and propped himself up to approach the two. He's tired, he's bleeding out, he can't use his quirk anymore without the risk of short-circuiting. Maybe he could try and use his words to get through to Kyuka. My name is Kyuka. I have killed 35 people. The most recent ones were a family of 3, the father, the mother and the son. Demon snow sliced their heads off. She said, This poor girl. Everything about her is just sad. It also feels familiar somehow. Like he's been in the same situation. Even though he hasn't. There's no way he's killed people. He's just high empathetic. Yeah, that's right. Atsushi stared at Kyuka in horror. Alas, Kaminari wasn't prepared for what Kyuka did next, was to undo her yukata slightly to reveal a bomb strapped across her chest. Both of the boys stared at the girl in horror. Just who are you? The way you act, the way you talk? Or rather everything about you is completely emotionless. You're like a killing machine. He said wearily. Kyuka, if you have any sort of wish, you should say it. We'll listen. Kaminari pleaded. Is this really what you want to do? Atsushi said loudly. Kyuka remained doll-like as ever, but her eyes told Kaminari something different. Has she never been asked that? Atsushi? Kaminari? Are you both still alive? Yasano via the intercom asked. Kaminari and Atsushi whipped their heads to the intercom, shouting out the doctor's name in surprise. According to this idiot bomber, the bomb on your end is remote activated, which means that Kaminari could jam the signal if he hasn't short-circuited yet. Otherwise it will blow in a few seconds if not defused properly. Yasano explained. Kaminari felt a pang of guilt. He can't jam the signal. He's too much at risk of short-circuiting. The only way to defuse it is to press the emergency stop button. It should be on the mafioso near you. Yasano continued. Kaminari and Atsushi stared at Kyuka, who was staring at the two boys blankly. You have it, don't you? Kaminari asked, extending his hand. Give it to me, please. Kyuka gave Kaminari the remote. He was quickly joined by Atsushi when he pressed the remote instead of hearing a noise that would indicate that it was deactivated. They instead heard a large beeping noise and Akutagawa taunting Kyuka on the phone about how she'll show them the power of the mafia by taking the passengers with her. Atsushi and Kaminari hurried over to Kyuka with urgency, the girl still staring at the phone in horror. It's too late. She cried and she pushed back the two boys with a surprising amount of force, considering how thin her arms were. All this time, Kyuka had only been using her quirk after listening to Bad Haircut McGee's voice on the phone. Not once did she act on her own thought until now. His deduction was right. She can't control her quirk. My name is Kyuka Izumi. Kyuka announced, her voice trembling. I've killed 35 people. She then stared at Atsushi and Kaminari, tears lining her face, and her voice began cracking. I do not wish to kill any more. And then she jumped. Kaminari stared in horror at it and made attempts to move before collapsing on the ground. Atsushi, however, jumped out of the train and after the girl. Kaminari tried to move to follow suit, but he couldn't move his legs and his vision was getting spotty. He's about to lose consciousness. The last things he heard before everything turned black was the deafening boom of the bomb detonating and Yasano calling out for Atsushi. Somewhere else. Akutagawa's phone beeped, indicating that he lost connection to the other side. He sked in annoyance and plopped himself down on the lounge, snapping the phone shut. A pawn is merely a pawn, no matter how powerful it is. He began as he glanced over to a bandaged man hanging from shackles. A one-way window, separating the two men. The man looked battered and bruised and was looking to where Akutagawa was, despite not being able to see him due to the nature of the windows. What about you? Are you a pawn or? After some time of being unconscious, Kaminari woke up to find himself in a hospital bed. He stared dejectedly at the ceiling despite the searing lights blinding him. He made attempts of moving, but all of his mobility was cut off by tight leather straps. Oh my, you got yourself injured, didn't ya? He heard Yasano from somewhere else in the room. The sickly sweet tone of her voice was sending chills down the boy's spine. Oh shit. Why must he be conscious for this? He's about to go through whatever treatment everyone else was afraid of. He could hear Yasano pulling on something and heard the growling of a motor, along with the potent smell of 2 straight petrels suffocating the air around him. Oh shit, is he about to be chainsawed? 30 pain-filled minutes later. Kaminari sat outside of the infirmary in a fresh set of clothes with Atsushi. He was leaning against the wall, scrolling through his class Discord server to see the notes that everyone had left for him in various classes. As usual, Yudata seemingly liked to give 16-year-olds ridiculous amounts of homework despite now being given more extracurriculars as sort of like extra credit. The moment when he saw the maths work he has to do plus the homework that ectoplasm gave out, the blonde ummed in frustration. He's definitely going to short-circuit trying to do it later. Ciro had pinged Ida that Kaminari was now online, and the boy received a firm scolding off his class president for not chiming in when he arrived at the agency and when he was on lunch break, or to be more specific 12 p.m. when he had only just recovered from Dr. Yasano's treatment and he was still trying to recover from the terror he felt. To which Kaminari responded that the armed detective agency was doing a good job at keeping him busy, so only now did he have time to be on the chat. Throughout Kaminari talking to his classmates, Atsushi leant against the younger boy, reading all the messages. Potentially as a means to distract himself from what will happen to Kyuka. That work seems hard. Atsushi said dully, looking at the English work that Todoroki sent Kaminari. English is my best subject, everything else I barely passed. Kaminari as he downloaded the Pokemon-haired boy's notes to his phone. Atsushi let out a dull laugh before returning his gaze back to the ground. For roughly the next 5 minutes the two boys just shared a nervous silence in their own little worlds, wondering whether or not Kyuka would be alright. Once Kaminari saw Kanikata approaching, he quickly turned off his phone and shoved it into his pocket. The elder man stared at the two disinterestedly as he chucked the phone to Kaminari. "So you two have brought back another troublesome one?" he said, unfolding a newspaper. Atsushi and Kaminari inspected the phone in suspicion, half expecting it to start spontaneously ringing. "Don't worry, I've already removed the battery," Kanikata stated as he continued to read the newspaper. "I'm sorry if I had realized." Atsushi began to apologize before he was stopped by Kanikata throwing a newspaper at the boy. Kaminari leant against Atsushi's shoulder to read the headline. It's about the family that Kyuka was made to kill. It was already too late, that little girl as an infamous assassin in the neighborhood. She fools enemy factions into letting their guard down with her appearance and then slaughters them. Her face has already been seen and there's a warrant out for her arrest. Kanikata explained in an indifferent manner. Kaminari stared at Kanikata in muted horror upon realizing what her arrest will be: execution. But Kanikata, she never once attacked on her accord, she can't control her quirk. It's that Akutagawa bloke who's responsible for these deaths, not her. Kaminari argued. Atsushi continued to stare pitifully at the article. The evil ones are those abusing her quirk, was all the word Tiger could muster out. Kanikata readjusted his perfectly adjusted glasses before speaking once again. "Boys, you two know perfectly well that quirks can bring misfortune to their users," Kanikata said grimly while both of the boys stood up from their places on the floor. "Kanikata's right," Kaminari mused to himself. "His quirk causes him to short-circuit and become dumb, which he's pretty sure isn't good for his brain." The three young men turned to the door of the infirmary to see Yasano poke her head out. "She's awake," she said as she turned toe and vanished as quickly as she appeared. Kaminari felt his shoulders slump with relief as he dashed into the infirmary to meet with Kyuka. Her bed was closest to the window, which she was staring blankly out of. Kaminari took note of the dark circles under the girl's eyes and just how worn out she seemed in general. How hard does the Port Mafia work their members exactly? He'd have to ask Dazai when he appears again. Kaminari snapped his fingers in an attempt to get Kyuka to draw her attention to them. When he received no response, he turned to Atsushi and Kanikata, hoping to receive some help off either of them. Kanikata acknowledged Kaminari but elected to do nothing but stare at the girl with such intensity. Kaminari thought that Kanikata was trying to vaporize Kyuka on the spot. Atsushi, however, put on a gentle smile and approached Kyuka's bedside, looking more non-threatening than what he already was. "Are you okay?" he asked. After a moment of awkward silence, Atsushi fidgeted a little bit before continuing to probe Kyuka for some sort of response. You're in the infirmary of the detective agency," Atsushi said, attempting to get Kyuka to respond. An attempt that turned out to be very ineffective. Kaminari furrowed his brows in concern. "She seems to be thinking about something else. Perhaps food? She looks frail. More so than Jin." Kaminari heard Kunikida clear his throat and fiddles with his already perfect glasses. "Young lady, name the culprit," he said sternly. This statement was followed with Kyuka's silence. Kaminari kinda caught on as to why Kunikida was asking this. He agrees that Kyuka is being puppet and wants to know where and who the head is. The mafia is like a snake. It can slither around as long as the head is intact. "Answer me." "Head." Kunikida then demanded. Kunikida dash. "Don't be are you dash." "The tofu stew at Tachibana restaurant." Kyuka said. "Tofu?" Atsushi and Kaminari said in a confused unison. Kunikida, however, remained unfazed. Kaminari isn't that surprised if he has to deal with Dazai almost every day. "You mean you want to eat there?" Kunikida seemingly translated. "If I can, I will tell you." Kyuka stated, her face remaining as deadpan as ever. Kaminari and Atsushi exchanged smiles, which were then directed at Kyuka. "That's it?" "No problem," Atsushi said brightly. Kaminari saw the abrupt change in expression in Kunikida's face, indicating that the elder man was very displeased and doubled over laughing for the next 5 minutes. His hands were too shaky to get a picture of said face. The reason behind wanting the picture was to create an emote on the class's server out of it. It was perfect. Time skipped to Tachibana restaurant. It was bowl number. When was the last time this girl ate? Kaminari sat on one side of the table nibbling on the mochi he ordered while looking at a very displeased Kunikida, and Atsushi regretting his life choices, and Kyuka, whose stomach is a bottomless pit. He felt his phone vibrate a whole lot. It's probably lunchtime at Yurata now. As he took out his phone, he thought back to the one his grandfather gave him earlier that day. And how paranoid he seemed. Something's up. His grandfather is clearly hiding something. "Another," Kyuka announced, holding her bowl up in the air with a completely neutral face. Atsushi whimpered from behind the menu and stared Kaminari since Kunikida shot down Atsushi's request to help pay the bill. "Sure thing, I've got plenty because of inheritance and stuff," Kaminari said cheerfully, handing Atsushi his card. Atsushi looked like he was about to cry as he cradled the bank card as if it were a newborn child. Kaminari chuckled at Atsushi's antics and opened his phone to check the notifications. Most of the messages were to do with classes or the latest hero news and the occasional person wondering why Bakugo has admin rights in the server. He also checked the channel that had the heroic history notes, courtesy of Bakugo. Something that will forever baffle Kaminari about Bakugo is how he can seemingly write super neatly. Even his English writing is ridiculously neat. After downloading the notes, he switched back to the main chat where the discussion had turned to the headlining article of the national newspaper. The article that explains Kyuka's crimes. Frowning at his phone, Kaminari flicked between the phone and Kyuka, now on her 36th bowl. A knot twisted in his stomach while reading what his classmates thought of the situation, almost tempted to say what he wanted to on the matter since he actually met the girl. Watching the chat for the next 5 minutes, the conversation seemingly never steered away from Kyuka. If he hadn't accepted this internship, he'd probably be agreeing with almost everything they were saying, but because he had accepted, and that he discovered that she had no control over her quirk, he had a very different opinion on the matter. Raccoon eyes. Here's the thing though, if she is executed, she won't be a threat to anyone anymore. Charge dolt. The only thing she's a threat to is Sushi's bank account. Roboglasses. Kaminari. Elbows. Supcams. King explosion murder. What do you mean she's a threat to that rookie's bank account? She killed 35 people. With this question, Kaminari sent the chat a picture of a moping Atsushi and then a picture of Kyuka with 30+ empty bowels stacked around her. Raccoon eyes. What? Roboglasses. Why haven't you arrested her yet? Elbows. Excessive robotic arm movements. Weird hair. Ponytail. PFFFFFFF. Charge dolt. Information. Charge dolt. Also. Charge dolt. Deku, are you there? Nerd. Charge dolt. It's about the girl's quirk. Ponytail. I remember reading the article and it was described as a demon-like slaughtering ability. It's apparently impossible to avoid her attacks. Charge dolt. Well, I won't lie about that. Charge dolt. I think I got stabbed well over 50 times, kinda lost track after that carrot. King explosion murder. Ears. Roboglasses. FING nerd. Raccoon eyes. Threat to women. King explosion murder. What? As if he were in some sort of anime, the Discord messages started to fly out at him, asking if he was okay and if that was why he wouldn't respond earlier and to call the cops. Mineta had asked if she was single, to which Yamamo put him on mute. Kaminari literally had to hold the phone at a distance because the intensity of the messages were almost as though they were yelling at him. Charge dolt, hey hey hey. Charge dolt, let me explain her quirk. ING nerd, pulling up Google Docs I'm ready. Charge dolt, well for starters. Charge dolt, she can't control it, her quirk only listens to commands via the phone and not once did she actively give her quirk an order. Charge dolt, the port mafia exploited that. Charge dolt, so if anyone is guilty of killing those 35 people. Charge dolt, it's them. Charge dolt, later. With that he shut his phone off and huffed out in frustration. Kyuka is innocent. She can't get executed for an action she never actively did. She shouldn't. Kaminari saw the look that Atsushi was giving him and shook his head to indicate that he'd rather not talk about it. About 5 minutes later, of the group of 4 sitting in complete silence save for the running water just outside of their eating space, Kyuka had finished her 50th bowl of tofu stew and the table was cleared. Kunikida began the interrogation. Well? Kyuka's eyes fell downcast as she stared at the teacup in front of her for a brief moment before her eyes went steely and she looked back up at the 3 men. Parentless and orphaned, the mafia took me in, they had their eyes on my quirk. Demon Snow only obeys the voice coming from the phone. That's why the mafia dash, Kyuka explained before being intercepted by Kunikida, coming to an obvious observation. Exploited it and trained you into an assassin. Kunikida said, almost to himself as he rested his chin between his fingers. Atsushi seemingly looked baffled at this statement. Couldn't you just thrown the phone away? Atsushi asked. Kaminari put down his cup of coffee and began to talk. Kyuka probably would have been killed if she tried to resist. Kaminari said in a matter-of-fact tone. Kyuka nodded in agreement and Atsushi leant backwards, taking in what Kaminari said. Moreover, even if I could leave the mafia, I had nowhere else to go. Kyuka exclaimed, looking outright miserable. Pain struck Kaminari in the heart. This poor girl. And the man who's controlling Demon Snow on the phone? Kunikida then asked. A man named Akutagawa. Kyuka replied. Atsushi and Kaminari exchanged worried glances. Just when he thought that Akutagawa could not get any worse. This worry soon turned into a quiet sort of raw anger. Kunikida seemed to accept this information and stood up, beckoning the 2 boys to follow him outside the room they were eating in. Once outside, Kunikida shut the door most of the way to ensure that Kyuka would not hear what they were talking about but still be able to ensure that she isn't kidnapped or runs off on them. The very latter being an option that Kaminari struggles seeing. Kaminari also has an inkling of a suspicion of what Kunikida is going to say to them. Boys, while I'm reporting this to the agency, he began, then turning around to give them a super serious professional stare, turn her into the military police. But she's innocent. Kaminari seemingly hissed at the elder man. Atsushi looked just as outraged and shocked at Kunikida's statement and also began to argue with his superior about what would happen to Kyuka. Boys, she killed 35 people, she's going to get capital punishment. Kunikida said calmly. This further infuriated Kaminari. Even if she were to return to the mafia, she'd be deemed a traitor and killed. Kunikida explained. Kaminari seemingly calmed down a little bit for some reason. It made sense to him, as much as he hates to admit it to himself, knowing how port mafia executions run in accordance to what that person's crime was. Receiving capital punishment by the military police is arguably more humane. Like, one form of execution is to silence someone who got hold of information that the port mafia doesn't want leaked. If Kaminari recalls correctly, that particular execution involves forcing the wrongdoer to bite the curb literally, stomp on the back of their head which breaks their jaw, and then while the pain is at its worst, turn them over and shoot them 3 times in the chest. Now while Kyuka didn't get a hold of information that the port mafia didn't want leaked, she did disobey orders from a superior and a high-ranking one as well. Wait a minute. Hold up. How does he know all that? Did Dazai tell him all that during their discussion the other day? There's no way Kaminari should know the various forms of port mafia execution along with Akutagawa's position in the port mafia. The only way he would know something like that is if someone actually told him. But even then there was no way he would have been able to retain that if he was told. A lot of things go in one ear and out the other for Kaminari. If anything, for him to know all those things about port mafia executions, he'd had to have seen them for himself multiple times. But even then, Kaminari doesn't even have a shred of a connection to the port mafia. His parents weren't mafia. His grandfather most certainly isn't. He's a high-ranking employee at some sort of pharmaceutical company stationed here in Yokohama that basically makes him work long hours. Jin isn't in the mafia. The only person he knows who could know personally, who's probably been in the mafia, is Dazai. And even then Kaminari has his doubts. Kanikita's voice ripped through Kaminari's existential thoughts with a question that sent chills down his spine. What are you going to do? Save her? Kanikita asked, Kaminari sure if it was intended or not, but the tone in which Kanikita spoke was almost mocking the two boys. Atsushi and Kaminari stared at Kanikita in a shared silence and disbelief. A wanted criminal sentenced to death and traitor to the mafia? He then continued after realizing that Atsushi and Kaminari were not going to answer his question. After this statement, Kanikita realized that they weren't going to speak to him for what he was saying, so opted to give the two rookies some advice as their senior. Are you both prepared to take on all her misfortune? He then asked the two, phrasing it in a tone that sounded as though he was just told that they were going to save her regardless of what he said. Before Atsushi and Kaminari could answer something along the lines of yes, Kanikita continued. Atsushi, Kaminari. She is indeed drowning in an abyss of misery. I don't blame the two of you for sympathizing with her. But this place is overflowing with misery as a result. Kanikita said. The two rookies stared down at the boarded floor and saw Kanikita's feet walk past them to the exit of the restaurant. Your boats can only carry one person right now. If you save someone beyond salvation, you will both drown together. With that, Kanikita left the two to take care of Kyuka and hand her over to the military police. Kaminari saw how upset Atsushi was at Kanikita's statement and the fact that Kyuka can't seemingly escape her inevitable execution whether or not she goes back to the mafia. Kanikita, if there isn't enough room in his boat, then he should try and make room. As the two somewhat try to psyche themselves up to go back into the dining area and tell Kyuka the game plan, Kaminari got a cheeky grin on his face after recalling something that happened the day he and Atsushi met after the entrance exam. The president had announced that the two rookies would be under Dazai's authority. Hey Atsushi! Kaminari called out to the choppy hair boy. Yes? Do you remember when we did the entrance exam and the president told us that Dazai would be watching us? Yeah. Well then, technically we don't have to do what Kanikita says. Dazai is who we're being supervised by. And you say you're nothing like Dazai, why? Oi. Somewhere else. That place where Akutagawa was, but it's somewhere else. Whistling could be heard in the vast, echoey room made up of worn-out stone and was adorned with chains and blood-stained walls. On the walls hung a man one could confuse for a mummy practicing his audition for the leading role in some Broadway show, feigning ignorance at the footsteps that were approaching him in this makeshift tomb. The other man that was approaching the entrapped one wouldn't be out of place at a My Chemical Romance concert, wearing nothing but black and his hair being black with white tips. He seemingly activated his quirk and began to fire warning shots at the chained man who elected to take no notice of the assaults. As the man in black approached the chained mummy, the bandaged man's singing seemingly grew more obnoxious the closer the man in black got to him. It wasn't until the man in black wrapped his slaughterous quirk around the prisoner's neck did the chained man acknowledge the one who presumably chained him there. He smiled, but that smile didn't reach his now doll-like eyes. Ah, you're here, he said. The man in black, whose name is Akutagawa? Look readers, I just wanted to be mysterious but I got bored of it, so yeet, scowled at Dazai, the man who was chained, as his quirk dissipated due to the nature of Dazai's quirk being quirk repellent. The ultimate fate of those incarcerated here, you should be perfectly aware of the answer to that, am I correct? He said in a very serious tone. Dazai seemingly smiled. at this statement and stared wistfully down the corridor with all the jail cells. How nostalgic. This reminds me of when you were still a rookie. Dazai said gleefully. Akutagawa huffed at Dazai's nonchalant tone of voice, as if the bandaged man wasn't aware of the situation he was in. You committed a very serious crime, aborting a mission all of a sudden and disappearing into thin air. And now you're fighting as an enemy to the mafia. How utterly unbecoming of a former executive member. Akutagawa seethed. Dazai took this statement with a smile befitting of a fool. Which he is, and is not, it's complicated. With a dangerous aura emitting from Dazai, he stared down at Akutagawa. Then do tell how your former boss should act? He questioned. This question seemingly infuriated Akutagawa for some reason as he gave a swift but powerful punch to Dazai's face before retreating slightly, now nursing his delicate hand, occasionally cracking his knuckles. You're not entirely impervious, you aren't immune to physical attacks. He said, staring at the older man with disdain. I can kill you whenever I want. He then said in a matter-of-fact tone. Dazai scoffed at this notion. Really? How dreadful. Dazai said. Akutagawa said nothing, almost egging Dazai to continue on. Which Dazai did, considering he doesn't know when to shut his mouth, or does he? I have no qualms telling you now. Training you was such a chore back then. You were dumb as a brick and so very headstrong. Not to mention that trashy quirk of yours. Dazai began to release a torrent of complaints and insults about Akutagawa to Akutagawa. This struck a nerve with Akutagawa, but he seemingly held back from assaulting his former boss, opting to instead clench his fist hard enough to draw blood. You won't be cocky for long. We will annihilate the detective agency and seize War Tiger. After that, the port mafia will retrieve Kaminari and you'll be executed after forcing you to helplessly witness the annihilation of your work colleagues and subordinates, Akutagawa explained in stereotypical villain fashion. Dazai didn't let it show, but he was somewhat unnerved at a few of the things that Akutagawa had said, namely Atsushi being seized for the bounty and Kaminari going back into the clutches of the port mafia. What could they possibly want with the boy now? Well, he knew the answer, but for the sake of not revealing things too early he must fake his thoughts. On top of that, the port mafia would end up making Kaminari a NEET, or just one of those people who snap like worn-out pieces of thread and stay inside all day, thus being repulsed by sunlight. However, in an attempt to reassure himself, he must first insult Akutagawa some more. Can you? My new subordinate is much better than you, he said, a smile lining his face. This enraged Akutagawa and he started to beat the CRP out of Dazai for a good 5 minutes. After this time passed, he forced Dazai to look at him in the eyes. What about the brat? He lost his memories sometime after you left. He's useless now. I'd say he's more useful because of it. Also, you are forgetting that Kaminari was and still is technically my protege, therefore he was technically your former superior as well. Both Kaminari and Atsushi are leagues ahead of you. You won't be able to catch up to them. With that, Akutagawa relentlessly began assaulting Dazai for an indefinite amount of time. Back with Kaminari, Atsushi and Kyuka. The trio walked into one of the main streets of Yokohama, one with a lot of clothes shops. Both of the boys watched as Kyuka stared adoringly at the jacket that was on display in one of the clothes shops with sad eyes. Kaminari looked at his bank card, almost tempted to buy the jacket for her. But was it worth it? She was going to be sentenced to death. She's going to have the best day before she is sent off to her death. As he said before, Kanikata technically doesn't hold the same authority over the two rookies as Dazai. Kyuka turned to the two boys, silently questioning their respective expressions. Why Kaminari seemed to be mischievous and why Atsushi looked like a child who has never received Christmas presents once in his life. Is there anything you want to do? Atsushi asked. Kyuka gave him a confused look. Like, Kaminari and I have asked for the rest of the day off and you haven't had any fun since you came out, have you? We're here to keep you company. Atsushi said hurriedly. Within the span of a few seconds, Kaminari thought up of a plan to prolong Kyuka's seemingly inevitable demise and rushed over to the girl. He grabbed Kyuka's hands in his, covering them completely, and smiled at the girl brightly and with his usual charisma. This action completely took Kyuka and Atsushi off guard. and Kyuka's cheeks flared red at the sudden display of affection. Kaminari's heart was racing as he had no clue as to whether or not his half-baked plan will work, and he'll probably sulk and grow mushrooms in some poor man's closet. When will he accept the fact that he's basically Dazai but less suicide-prone, less bandage-y and unkidnapped? Atsushi half-questioned, half-mused to himself. If he said that out loud, he wouldn't put it past Kaminari to lie in the middle of the road in hopes that a car runs him over, since he seemingly takes insult to the observation. "Will you go on a date with me?" Kaminari asked, his voice tremoring slightly. He really hopes she doesn't say no. He might lie in the middle of the road and hope a car runs him over because embarrassment is a beach. Atsushi stared at Kaminari in a surprised disbelief at Kaminari's forwardness and went to scold Kaminari for being so direct before it dawned on him what the younger's plan was. It was honestly much better than what Atsushi thought up of, which was absolutely nothing. His stutters were just stalling for time. Kyuka stared at Kaminari somewhat wide-eyed before they returned to their usual doll-like demeanor. "A date with you?" she said carefully. Kaminari nodded his head, the knot in his stomach twisting more and more. "Please agree to it." She glanced over at Atsushi briefly before returning her gaze to Kaminari. "What about Atsushi?" she inquired. Well, thankfully, Kaminari just thought up of a role for Atsushi just then because his brain is running on 3 hours of sleep and caffeine. Well, since we're minors and he's an adult, he'll make sure we don't get into too much trouble. Kaminari said brightly, turning to Atsushi. As startled as Atsushi was at that moment, he went along with Kaminari's plan and nodded in agreement at this turn of events. "Okay." Kyuka agreed after 3 painfully silent minutes. Kaminari felt himself release a breath he was unaware that he was holding. He stared the shop that Kyuka was eyeing a jacket and pointed at it. "You want me to buy you that jacket?" After buying the jacket for Kyuka, Kaminari deliberately bought a bigger bag than what he needed while in the store on the off chance Kyuka wanted to buy more things, which he thought was likely given the fact that she ate well over 40 bowls of tofu stew. The 3 wandered through the streets of Yokohama, popping into the occasional store that piqued Kyuka's fancy and buying multiple things from there as a result. To which Kaminari was very thankful for his decision to purchase a comically large bag because after an hour it was already half full. The city was bustling with civilian life and not a single explosion or toppling building was heard. Significantly quieter than anywhere else. He's been to in Japan. Probably because if anyone here wants to commit a crime, it's probably for financial gain more than publicity. So there was a need for secrecy in order to successfully complete transactions. Because of the hero frenzy outside of Yokohama, a lot of people will purposefully cause crime just to get the attention of the media. Though there are a few territory fights between gangs every now and then. For a city, Yokohama sure had a lot more gardens, parks and botanical gardens than a lot of other cities. While wandering, the 3 stumbled upon a crowd surrounding one of those trailer shops that sell food. Given the fact that almost all of the people walked away from the stall holding some sort of crepe, Kaminari believed that this trailer shop sold crepes. He felt Kyuka tug on his shirt for his attention and she simply points at the trailer shop. "I want to eat," she stated. "Are you sure? You've already eaten a lot." Atsushi asks. Despite Kyuka remaining completely deadpan, seemed to sparkle a whole lot all of a sudden. "I have 2 stomachs," Kyuka said simply before dragging Kaminari behind her on her quest to buy a crepe. After waiting a couple of minutes for their crepes to be made, Atsushi, Kaminari and Kyuka walked away happily nomming on their respective crepes. In what seemed in comedic fashion, the 3 had walked around most of Yokohama, played games at an arcade where Atsushi won a stuffed bunny for Kyuka and where Kyuka won a mega prize on a shooting game with Kaminari coming in close behind her. Where did he learn to shoot a gun? He has no clue. But at least he won a set of headphones. After that they walked through a botanical garden where the path had a appealing mosaic pattern, and then Atsushi sat down to rest while feeding the pigeons. About 5 minutes later, Kyuka pulled Atsushi to his feet and began resuming her sightseeing of Yokohama. Atsushi at this point looked tired from following 2 very energetic teenagers. "Over there," she announces before turning around and setting the plush bunny Atsushi won for her into the bag that Kaminari was holding. Kaminari and Atsushi stared at the last place she wanted to go and both of their hearts sunk below their feet. At least he was able to prevent her from being handed over to the military police for 2 hours. I had a lot of fun. Kyuka said, her tone while still remaining as neutral as ever, was undertoned with melancholy. Atsushi was the first to protest against Kyuka turning herself in. But if you go there, you'll be executed. Atsushi said, worry, panic and guilt all converging into a super emotion called anxiety. I would still be executed if I returned to the mafia. And after all, I killed 35 people, my very existence is a crime. Kyuka said in response. After a moment of silence, Kaminari felt as though he was being watched and his quirk spontaneously activated, flinging him in the same direction as Kyuka like some sort of survival autopilot response because when he finally regained his bearings he saw a familiar spike poking out of Atsushi's chest. Executed? A familiar angsty voice asked. Kyuka swerved around and saw the familiar carnage as well and trembled. Akutagawa. You won't be executed since you've accomplished your mission. Akutagawa clarified. Mission? Kaminari glanced at Kyuka who seemed terrified and confused. She wasn't given this order if how she's reacting to this is an sort of indication. The girl collapsed to the ground in shock as a bunch of police who were attempting to intervene ended up being shot by other members of Akutagawa's division. Kaminari half stood in front of Kyuka in some half-baked attempt to shield her from the murderous human lawnmower. Akutagawa seemed to dismiss this action and approached, waving Atsushi around as if he was some ragdoll being tormented by a bunch of toddlers. Your mission was to be bait. We placed a tracker on you. We knew your every move. He then continued as a truck pulled up, tossing Atsushi into the trailer of it, the word tiger wheezing. Then what seemed to be in the blink of an eye, Kaminari felt himself being picked up and tossed into a different direction, someone catching him and putting a cloth over his mouth causing him to see black. Sometime later, when Kaminari regained consciousness, all he could see was black and all he could feel was the rope that was tightly bounding his arms, hands, legs and mouth. All he could figure out from the minimal options he has remaining was that he was probably in the boot of some car. It was probably used for stashing bodies since all he could smell was iron and that whoever had nabbed him was using mostly deserted roads because Kaminari couldn't hear any substantial amount of traffic outside. His heart was hammering against his chest, threatening to burst out at any moment. Why was he kidnapped by the Port Mafia as well? Does he have a bounty on his head? If so, then why? Aside from being in the class that has been subjected to the most villain attacks, he's simply a kid from a simple background. His mother worked as a private tutor to the private school 3 days a week. His father worked for the same pharmaceutical company as his grandfather except as an electrician. Unless they were after his inheritance money since his parents did leave him with an alarming amount. But even then that was a highly confidential thing. Why? Kaminari remembers his grandfather explaining the need to not tell anyone about his inheritance money, but since it was right after the funeral, Kaminari couldn't exactly focus on anything except his grief. Roughly 5 minutes later they seemed to run over a pothole, and he groaned since his head hit the top of the boot. He could hear two voices talking, not being able to make out what they were saying since there was a lot separating him and the two voices talking in the front seats of the car. The only word Kaminari was able to make out was, almost. What does that mean? Does that mean they're almost at some sort of drop point? Mafia headquarters? If that's the case, he needs to get out of the car without drawing the attention of the two transporting him until it was too late for them to react. The issue on the table was that he was bound tightly by rope, limiting his mobility. He could feel his phone vibrating like crazy. So at least on the bright side, whoever put him in here was stupid and didn't check him for anything. It's a surprise his phone hadn't run out of battery. Battery? That's right, he can use electricity. If he controls the output of his electricity just enough, he should be able to burn the ropes or smolder the ropes enough so that they can break off his arms and wrists and not give the two stooges some sort of alarm to check him in the truck. Then after that, he should probably give off an electrical surge that causes the car's battery to blow up from sending enough electricity to the recharger thingy in order to overheat the battery. But maybe if he were to send out a light surge, then maybe he can determine if the car has an electrical look and open the boot. Though he's never done it before, so it could be too time-consuming, and by the time he figures out how to open it, it could be too late for him to run away. Hold on, Kaminari. One thing at a time. First get your arms unbound so then you can undo the other ropes. Doing and undoing knots are easy for him. He remembers the first time Class 1A were tying ropes meant to assist in rescue operations for securing and binding villains, and that he finished first since he was able to complete the knots to a high standard and could do them quickly much to the stupor of everyone around him. Kaminari activated his quirk, sending light electrical surges throughout the card with the majority of the output being on Kaminari's arms and hands, burning through the ropes completely. He could detect an electrical lock, but considering the small time frame he seemingly has to escape the car, picking the lock seemed too risky. The first thing he did was remove his BLNDFLD and the ropes around his legs. He would have ungagged himself, but he doesn't want to let out some sort of signal that he was ungagged to the people in the front if they were to run over something again. After this was all done and Kaminari had regained most of mobility, his limbs being stiff from being tied up for however so long, he began to send out small shock waves of electricity through the car, overheating the engine, more specifically the battery. Kaminari squinted at the light that was now pooling through the gap off the opening of the boot. So it isn't that hard to unlock an electrical lock. He hastily took his GG off and got on his knees, opening the boot even more. The car was driving somewhat fast, he could risk injuring himself badly if it doesn't slow down enough. With it he sent out a surge that boosted the recharger mechanism to the point of blowing the engine up and sending shockwaves through his two captors. It stunned the two captors enough for Kaminari to jump out of the car and bolt, gaining enough distance between him and his captors before they recovered from the shock. He could hear their befuddled shouts. But one thing they said stood out to him in particular. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to shoot the kid and bring him back." "I ain't dying, man. You'd still be shot." "Our orders were to take him to base unharmed." What could the mafia want with him? The only thing aside from wanting his inheritance he could think of was as some sort of ransom against his grandfather or Yua. Despite wanting to turn around and questioning his captors, he just kept on running, as if his life depended on it. Which it kinda did. Looking at his surroundings, it seemed that he was a few blocks away from those looming black skyscrapers that were in the middle of the city. That must be the base, and they were probably going to go through that secret entry that was behind that one bakery. Oh, come on. Not this sheet. Not now. Kaminari shook his head in frustration and took out his phone again to see who was calling or texting him. "It's the president." Clicking the answer button, he put the phone up to his ear, not once losing momentum in his running. "President Dash. Kaminari, where are you? Are you okay? It's been 2 hours. What? Sorry President, I didn't realize I've been out that long. Is Atsushi okay? He's alive for now, he's about to enter international waters. Where are you? I'm at the port, I think I see Kanikida running in the distance. Can you speed engines up? Kinda, I'd have to be careful though not to overheat though, I literally just caused a car battery to blow. Go with Kanikida. Yes sir. With that the president hung up and Kaminari put his phone back into his pocket, waving his arms to draw the attention of Kanikida. Kanikida seemed to notice Kaminari looking like one of those inflatable flailing men at car shops and sped up, eventually catching up to Kaminari and clutching his shoulders. Kaminari could feel Kanikida's hands tremble against his shoulders. How worried was this man? He was checking Kaminari head to toe for any sort of injuries, and upon inspecting the boy's hands he pulled out his notebook and began writing. At this point, Kaminari had just been running on adrenaline, therefore had no idea as to whether or not he had any sort of injuries other than the bruise that was surely on his head. Though now looking at his wrists he noticed that they were pinkish from where the rope had bound them together, and they felt raw as well. Atsushi's about to enter international waters. Oi Kanikida. We've got no time for fixing me. We should be getting Atsushi. Kaminari stated in a demanding tone. If they spent the time tending to his injuries, Atsushi will be gone. And unlike Bakugo, who his classmates were able to be saved, there'd be no way of tracking Atsushi down after the port mafia reached the transaction point. Kanikida closed his notebook and tucked it in almost as quickly as he took it out. Grabbing Kaminari's arm, Kaminari felt himself losing his footing from trying and failing at keeping up with Kanikida's stupidly speeding walking pace towards a small speedboat and was somewhat shoved into the boat. After hopping into the boat, Kaminari, after half getting up from the fall, was then flung back towards the motor, knocking all the wind out of him. After several minutes of just regaining his senses, Kaminari finally sat back up and let out a small discharge of electricity and placed his hand on the motor, speeding the boat up quite a bit without there being any sort of threat to the motor blowing up. Soon after, they too could see the boat that Atsushi was presumably on, and Kaminari lessened the output of his quirk before completely deactivating it to make sure that the motor doesn't haywire as Kanikita slows down. "Atsushi!" Kanikita bellowed out. Kaminari squinted to the deck and saw someone wearing a red kimono. This must be the ship. A massive noise tore through the air as brilliant colors of red, yellow, and orange beamed from the side of the ship in malicious splendor. Kaminari's eyes widened at the sight and stood up, cupping his hands to make a makeshift megaphone. "Atsushi, Kyuka! Quickly! The ship's going to sink!" Kaminari screeched. Soon after he saw Atsushi emerging from the smoke, but there was no Kyuka. Kaminari struggled to ignore the pit in his stomach, assuming the worst in the situation. "Atsushi, over here. We can't get any closer because of the explosion," Kanikita explained loudly. Atsushi stared at the two with seemingly dead eyes. However, due to the distance between Atsushi and the other two, Kaminari and Kanikita could not really see anything specific about Atsushi except for the fact that Atsushi was hesitating and standing on the edge of a sinking ship. "What are you waiting for? The agency is working their asses off in attempts to rescue you," Kanikita screamed out angrily. "But what about Kyuka?" Kaminari said with urgency before he became victim to Kanikita's firm scolding. "Forget the girl, you two. You can't save every good person in the world. I've tried and failed so many times," Kanikita reasoned angrily. Kaminari felt a small part of him break after hearing this. Kanikita isn't wrong. Kaminari visibly remembers the stench of blood and the mangled sight of his parents' bodies upon walking into the lounge room of their house after sneaking out to his friend's place. His parents were good people, but it seemed that their murder was something that couldn't be avoided. It seemed. The whole crime scene, the lack of evidence, it was a planned attack considering how it's now been deemed a cold case. Not even the armed detective agency could figure out what happened. But Kyuka was different. She isn't dead. She's simply a child who was exploited for her quirk and is now trying to make amends. Can she really not be saved? Atsushi called out, his voice evidently cracking as a result. "We're not pro-heroes in this city. I wish we were, but we're not. There's never been a pro-hero or hero hopeful in this city that has lived to see tomorrow," he yelled out. The knot in Kaminari's stomach tightened after hearing and feeling the sink tremoring as it continued to descend below the water. "I'm going to save her," Atsushi stated after saying why he couldn't leave her behind and ran back through the smoke to where Kyuka and Akutagawa were presumably. "Atsushi! Hey! Go, Atsushi!" After about 5 minutes of hearing clanking metal and battle cries, Kaminari began to grow restless with just sitting in the boat doing nothing while Atsushi was risking his life to save Kyuka. Kanikita was standing on the edge of the boat, as stiff as a statue. "Kanikita, I'm going to help Sushi," Kaminari stated with a nervous ferocity. Kanikita looked at the teen as if he had grown a second head. "There is no possible way you are going up there. You don't have regeneration abilities like Atsushi," Kanikita quarreled. Kaminari gave Kanikita a cunning smile. Prior to this, Kanikita somewhat dismissed the claims that Kaminari was similar to Dazai and thought that the similarities were mere coincidences, but the smile that the kid was giving him was much too similar to the one when Kanikita suspected Dazai to be the Azure Messenger during the latter's entrance exam. Those two have definitely met before. Or they're related somehow. "Look, I don't have to go onto the boat. I can just stand on top of your shoulders and release a volt of lighting towards Akutagawa. Even if I miss him, it should buy Atsushi enough time to K.O. the man," Kaminari explained, the grin not once leaving as he approached Kanikita. Kanikita stared back and forth between Kaminari and the boat and ceded into following the rookie's plan. From standing on top of Kanikita's shoulders, Kaminari spotted Akutagawa relentlessly attacking Atsushi from the air at a distance, essentially pining Atsushi to the ground with a flurry of aerial assaults. Squaring his shoulders, Kaminari positioned his arm, directing his index finger towards Akutagawa's figure and fired at Akutagawa. Akutagawa, who had probably not anticipated this attack, note, he didn't, was sent flying backwards towards a bunch of metal crates. And like what happened on the train, Kaminari wasn't with Kanikida on the speedboat in the middle of the sea anymore. Here he was once again much smaller, and he was in what appeared to be a warehouse filled with ammunition. The afternoon sky basked everything in a pink glow. But all he could see in front of him was a black flowing coat, much too long for whoever was walking in front of him. Though unlike the last memory where it was only the faces he couldn't see, the voice of the person in front of him was very distorted. Like, not distorted enough to not make out the words, but distorted enough that Kaminari couldn't identify who was in front of him. Peering from behind the person's coat, despite not being able to see his face, Kaminari quickly identified the body who was just flung back towards the wall, breaking several wooden crates in the process was Akutagawa. But much frilier than he is now. Your quirk takes too long to activate. The enemy won't wait. The person's voice said. The voice seemed to be quite neutral in general, with no indication whether it was someone with a more feminine voice or a more masculine voice, but it sounded like a voice recorder that's barely functioning after being dropped into a puddle or was running out of battery. Fight back. The person demanded. Akutagawa staggered back to his feet and his quirk flew towards Kaminari and the person, albeit much slower here than back in reality. The next few moments had happened so quickly that Kaminari wasn't able to comprehend what was happening, except Akutagawa's attack failed to reach its mark and Kaminari had just sent out a massive vault of electricity at Akutagawa, flying him back towards the wall again. A searing, burning pain traveling from his arm to the rest of his body, as if he just fell victim to the sheer force of an explosion while standing in the blast zone. What struck Kaminari weird about his reaction to the searing pain was that his younger self didn't seem to scream like what Kaminari would be expecting. Really, the most extreme reaction was grinding his teeth down hard enough that they might as well shatter from the force. Kaminari! Kanikida's voice called out, consequently shaking Kaminari back into reality. When was he back lying down in the boat? He was on Kanikida's shoulders just a second ago. Kaminari looked around and finally processed that he was still on the ocean and he could hear the boat tremoring from sinking violently this time. His head was pounding. He must have used too much electricity. But if that's the case, then he should be stupid right now. What happened after I shot that thing of electricity? Kaminari asked, clutching his head as he sat back up, the blood rushing back through his body. Kanikida stared at the boy with teacher-like concern. You passed out and almost fell off the boat. Is this the first time it's happened? Kanikida responded, Kaminari's brows furrowed as he nodded. I mean, I keep getting these weird scenarios in my head. One happened when I was on the train, but I never blacked out. This is a first. Kaminari explained. Before Kanikida could say anything, he noticed Kyuka falling off the boat with an unconscious Atsushi and fired up the boat's motor to catch the two. After catching the two, Kanikida turned the boat back towards the mainland. Kaminari stared back at the ship. He felt his heart in his throat as he thought about how Akutagawa is alone on that sinking ship and will probably die. Oi, Kaminari! Kanikida piped up, returning the teen's attention back to the ex-teacher. If I were you, I'd talk to Dr. Yasano about that. It could be something serious.